steel, a giant stands, a mech with heavy pants commands, each step a quake, a thunderous might, eyes aglow in the endless night. A saint beneath, dark and vast, power fierce, shadows cast, a mighty taint beneath its core, a warrior spirit, ancient lore. Welcome tainted, a lace-up tunic or medieval hoodie. Welcome tainted, let's talk about color, or should we? Welcome tainted, thinking outside the blocks. Welcome tainted, thanks for joining us, you rock. And have your fun hole rocks. Welcome tainted. Enjoy the Chronicles Outdoor song. Welcome tainted. Thinking outside the blocks. Welcome tainted. Thanks for joining us, you rock.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us for Think Outside the Blocks, your official weekly Brickworld live stream where we talk to you about thinking outside of the perceived rigidity of the Lego medium, but also thinking outside of your creative mental blocks. I, of course, am one of your hosts, Mark Larson, Chief Brick Officer of Brickworld, and this guy, the guy on my left this week, everybody's favorite guest host, Brick Dad Builds. Brick Dad Builds, how you doing this week?
Doing wonderful. I'm definitely ready for Brickworld. I know there's a lot of people that are in the scatterbrain. We're going all over the place. Everything is going on mode right now. But
yes. We all are.
I had a Memorial Day trip that I had scheduled going out to Washington, D.C. So for me, I had to jump my schedule ahead to make sure that I was prepared before that trip, because coming back, I wasn't sure my schedule following that immediately. So like right now, my family is actually on an airplane flying back from Florida as we speak. So yeah, they had a weekend in Florida this weekend, and they're turning around and leaving tomorrow and going to Michigan for a week. So
kind of all the way it goes at this time every year. That's what I notice is like,
sure,
Chicagoans can spend the entire winter like holed up and not going out and like just hibernate basically. But as soon as May rolls around, everybody wants to do stuff. So it's like that's when I'm in like the craziest time of year for myself and for getting Brickworld ready. And suddenly people are crawling out of the woodwork like, let's do this, let's do this, let's do this. And I'm like, I can't. But the last 2 weekends I have. So Memorial Day weekend I went to the Sox game. And then yesterday we went to a Chicago Hounds game, which was amazing.
Very nice.
Had a really good time. I tried to back out of that one, but Matt Husband wouldn't let me. So we ended up going, and
well, sometimes we have those commitments we have to partake in. So
absolutely. Well, it wasn't really a commitment so much as he was like, "Get out of the house," because when else are you going to get away from your desk between now and Brickworld? And I'm like, never.
The commitment to step away.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of good for my mental health for sure. And of course, it made me a little anxious. And we met everybody about like 4:00. And the game didn't start till 6. And I'm like, this is an extra few hours that we're going to spend for, who knows how long this game's going to last. But I forgot like rugby is responsible and the clock never really stops. So it's 2 40-minute halves. And it pretty much keeps going the entire time. Like there's an injury, they just replace the player if they can get them off the field. If the player has to stay on the field during the injury until they're like taken off by medical staff, they add the time back on at the end of the half. So it's kind of it was really nice to get out and see that, because it's nice to have a professional rugby league here in the US, let alone a high ranked team in Chicago. At least we're ranked high in some professional sport.
There's a Lego fan on the US Olympic team, women's team. Sam, wonderful rugby player and person, phenomenal player. She's stand-up military officer as well, with the Army Reserves. So we may or may not see her. I haven't had confirmation whether or not she may be at Brickworld this year or not. I don't know. She has some prior commitments going on. So
she had reached out and I never really followed through. There was a lot going on at the time, and then it just kind of like slipped through the cracks. But we would absolutely love to have her there, and maybe we'll do a better job at that next year, communicating with her. Let's check in with the Tainted and see who's here tonight. Marty Becker channel member is here tonight. Good to see you, Marty. Thanks for coming. Get Cooped is here. Al Goff is here. Brick Orphanage is here. He says, everyone take a drink when someone says how many days to Brick World. Yeah. It's like, what, 9? Drink.
Let me get a second bottle.
Yeah, exactly. Yashua says, good evening. Thanks for being here tonight, sir. Hoarder66 is here. Jesse's Brick Galaxy is here. Good evening, Jesse. Thanks for being here tonight. Lego Team B is here. Excellent. Brick World. Is there a Lego show coming up? Yeah. Way too soon, actually. Hawkeye Lego Man says, Ben looks different today. Moto is here tonight, lurking, apparently. Good to see you tonight,
my hat
sir.
on. You're used to seeing me with a hat, so that's why I look a little different today. So,
and building a castle, so and saying how much you hate the castle. Yeah, that's missing tonight for sure. So, I have a show run. I guess I could be. I'm like, what do we usually do at this point? Let's go through the run of show. Why don't we? I don't have.
What are you doing this evening?
We will be going tonight with the letter B because it's a baller week. Because it's Brick World week. And so we'll talk about boosters for Chicago. I'll go through all of the sponsors. I am a little distracted because I haven't had this happen with my Invisalign yet, but there's air stuck in my front teeth, and so it's pushing up into my upper lip and making me lisp. So I'll go through all that, and then when we do a walk-up song, what's that?
With it on. You sound so much better than you did when you first put it in, and I couldn't even notice it. So yeah.
Okay,
so
cool.
You just outed yourself on the list thing because I don't think any of us even noticed.
It's all right. I just feel an air bubble pushing into my upper lip every time I'm making hard fricatives. So let's see. Then we'll talk. Yeah, like I said, we'll talk about the boosters for Chicago. We got Bits of Building, Bailing on the Dragon, says Ben. But I think that's, I'm going to do him a favor. I'm going to say Bailing on the Dragon. And then we're going to talk books, ball rocks, boxy boats, bonkers basketball, and build a fig. Boxy boats. Do I have that one up? I don't know if I have that one up. And then we're going to talk, our little silliness segment tonight will be best by far. And 6 is between both. Sounds like a close call to me. And then 7 will be bouncing back to next week, which will be the last night before I move into the hotel for Brick World Chicago, which is slightly terrifying to me that that's just a week away, that I'll be packing up and getting ready to load the truck and head out to the Renaissance.
There'll be so much more relief once you're in the hotel and you're ready to handle things there, though. So it's a both ways. So yeah, definitely.
It's kind of like I always reach a point where I feel like, okay, I just can't wait to get into the hotel. I am not there yet. There's way too much to do at the storage unit until I feel that way. Unfortunately, Jesse's Brick Galaxy says, are we there yet? Hawkeye Lego Man says, oh, that's what it is. It's the hat. Lego Team B says, the letter B. Yay. Moda says, I hear the Hard Fricatives are the house band this year at Chicago. Yes, there actually is no house band this year, unfortunately. We won't have the Fold playing there. They had some Father's Day weekend plans that they cannot get out of. So no Fold concert this year. I do apologize. I guess we can't have them every year, especially as they are fathers with young kids in tribal sports. So
we do have a very strong Ninjago representation that's going to be coming this year.
We certainly do.
In their place. So I'm sure we'll discuss that in a little bit.
Sure, we can discuss it now because I hadn't thought of that. So the Ninjago team will be there, and they'll be showcasing some of their new products. They'll be interacting with the public, giving them some free prizes for the kids going through a number of activities, including duck bricks, taking them through yoga, dressed as Master Wu, and a couple other PlayStations like that. They will have meet and greets and a special presentation from one of their designers, and they'll also have the premiere of the first episode of their new series called Monstrosity, which is an adult-oriented anime version of the Ninjago story. So they'll be doing quite a bit there. And at the got these in the other day, shipped to my storage unit, and they're going to be giving away 300 exclusive make and takes for at the Ninjago premiere. And I don't want to give away what they are, but they're very cool. And so it'll be a raffle. And so if you come to the premiere, you'll be entered into a raffle to win one of these exclusive Ninjago make and takes. And there's 2 different ones.
To be in there, so.
Yeah, they're very cool. And we just moved that up to 5 p.m. So because apparently some influencer out there decided to schedule a trip to medieval times at 7. and Lego really wants all the RLFM to be there. And so we moved that around so that there have been some shifts in the schedule. It might affect the end of a couple of workshops. So if you're interested in those workshops and the Ninjago premiere, you may have to flip a coin as to what to participate in. But Lego really wanted us to move that. So
I know we're planning on having the schedule on CVent again this year. I know it's not up yet, but it will be this week, correct?
It will be this week. So you'll be able to download the CVent app and load the Brickworld show, and you can start putting workshops into your schedule. The way it works, of course, we sent out the signups last week for all of the events that require a signup or require a fee. Some of the workshops that you'll be getting pieces to, actual sets to build based on what the workshop leader is teaching. But there are plenty of other events in the schedule that don't need sign up, and you can add them to the app so that you get a reminder when that event is coming up. Very effective. And if you're coming in from out of the country and you don't get good cell service here, we do have an international hotspot in the hall. You go to our merch booth and ask for the international hotspot. Our Nicole, our wonderful merchandise seller, our merchandise person, our merchandise merchant, we'll get you on our international hotspot. So all sorts of things you can do there. It's all on the schedule on the website right now. Just go to brickworld.com, go to the convention link, and it's a drop down tab, and you can check out the schedule and see what is being offered this year. Most of the events that require sign up are full, unfortunately. I do apologize. But the garage sales are really popular one that sold out very quickly. I think there might be some seller spots open, but I know that Bethany Wright's 2 workshops are both full. The foosball tournament is full. The Duel of the Plates, which is a new one that Sean's doing this year, it's they're going to do the silly Star Wars Jedi spinning, that piece that they have where the Jedi can actually like fight each other.
Dueling table where they can actually duel each other and all of that. Yes.
Yeah. Well, Subahawk built an actual arena so they can recreate episode 3. So Duel of the Plates is also sold out. Both of those events, Sean runs very cleanly, very smoothly. And there's always some no-shows, so definitely show up. It's fun to watch if you can't participate. And I'm sure if Sean is capable, he will add extra rounds if there's more interest, but he's also constricted by time as well. There's also a number of panels and meet and greets. I know Duck Bricks is doing a superhero panel. There's going to be like an all influencer panel as well. So please check those out. I know I'm really excited about all the support that we have from every part of the community, all the way from influencers, Lego Masters, and AFOLs in general, who are the heart of the show. The most important part to me. I love everybody else. We want it to be open to every type of adult fan, but my favorite are the ones that are there because they're interested in the original creations or making the original creations. Generaltron's Bricks is here tonight and says, howdy all. Howdy, Generaltron's Bricks. Marty Becker says, looking forward to the veterans meetup hosted by Brick Dad. Oh, hey, look at that.
I will be heading a session for veterans and those that are military or retired or served. So
that's amazing.
Yes, I went ahead and took that session to make sure that we can facilitate that and get the mental health aspect as well as the veteran service community into the fold. So
that's amazing. I'm so happy you're doing that. What day and time is that? Because I don't know. I didn't even know this was happening.
With some of the changes, I'm going to have to look, but I believe it was Friday at like 5. It's not the same time or it was the same time. I'll have to check. Let me get back to you. It's in the schedule. I'm just going to put that out. It's in the schedule. So,
all right, cool.
Yeah, because I'd like to tell you what it was, but with some of the recent changes, it may have shifted. I'm not sure.
Okay. And Matt Husband also runs a 12-step recovery program for those who are struggling with addiction and don't necessarily have the best time at Brickworld when everybody's drinking. And kind of if you're looking to get sober or stay sober at this show, we've got resources there for you for that. So
it's a very active show that goes 24/7 almost. So
I love that we are talking more and more about mental health in the Lego fan community because there's mental health problems everywhere right now. Again, I'll say it 1,000 times. Post-COVID PTSD is a real thing. Everybody has it. Everybody's showing some sign of it, and nobody ever talks about it. And you might never know why you feel sad or grumpy or hate people now. But yeah, it's something that we're all going through, and something that we definitely want to support people for through the Lego community, through Brick World, as much as we can, as much as we're qualified to. Lego Team B says, we missed the Orion meet and greet sign up. I know. She's going to be with Uncle Marty all week, staying at Cheeto's house because Matt husband is going to try to get there on Wednesday. And Aunt Leah is out of town. So he's going to have a big role this year. Oh, he's working the box office as well. So you guys will get to meet Uncle Marty. He's awesome. If you guys did Brick with the Holiday Joy, he worked the box office for that as well. So you might have had an opportunity to meet him there. And I don't know that we'll be able to get the dogs there, but maybe I can convince Marty to bring them on Sunday. So that would be very hectic for us to figure out who's taking care of them between meet and greets. Oh my God, that'd be amazing. I love the idea. I absolutely love the idea. I just don't know that it will ever happen. I'd have to convince Matt husband that it was a good idea. Love for you guys to meet Cheeto too. Horta66 says, I was very outgoing DP. DP? I don't know.
Lost. Yeah.
It's one of those things. We could use as much help as possible when making comments to lead us where you want us to go. I'm going to go. Here we go. I was very outgoing before the pandemic. Oh, I think we had an accidental hit return there. I was very outgoing before the pandemic, and now I don't even like being in public for extended periods of time. I get it. Never would have thought I would feel this way. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of something that happens. I know through other mental health problems I've been going through recently is sometimes you turn so far inward, you don't realize how much of yourself is gone until it's gone. And it's just a lot easier to process things on yourself and not asking for help because you're just like, I'll get over it. I'll be better. This will be, I'll tough my way through it. And some of these things just it's not quite so easy to do.
Off topic here. Yeah. That was actually what I was doing for Memorial Day weekend in Washington, D.C. I was out there for a military survivors seminar, and it was a three-day seminar for military survivors, the surviving family members of military loss. So It was a grief retreat and Memorial Day and everything. So it was an extremely emotional weekend with Memorial Day and all that. But at the same time, it was rejuvenating because you're able to connect with like-minded people that have gone through the same things. And the mental health and wellness of that community is so vital and so important. So being able to build a network, just like in the Lego community, of being able to actually make those connections, which is going to happen here within a week and a half.
Right.
All of those connections are going to start flourishing, and everybody's going to actually have face-to-face with people that they've only seen online to be able to make those connections. So I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be wonderful.
Me as well. And I'd say from my experience, as long as we go down this rabbit hole, there was help being offered. I was seeking help and I just wasn't listening because I was so I was kind of so deep into what I thought was the right way to handle it. I had a therapist for over a year telling me, I want you on this antidepressant. And I just didn't want to take it because testosterone and just kind of this negative connotation I had towards it. Even now it's doing great for me. I finally got on it. Made huge changes. It's a lot easier to concentrate. I have a lot more energy. I feel a lot more like myself. Again, I didn't even know how much of myself was gone until I started getting it back. And then I still even asked this week, I'm like, so do I have to keep taking it?
That's one of the hardest things for people is when they start getting into that I'm feeling better mode. It's okay, I don't need this now. It's a crutch. I don't need it. And then unfortunately they will have that decline back into it and not realize it. So we definitely have to listen to our medical practitioners of what they suggest, what they recommend, and the frequency at which we need to do things. So
absolutely. And I didn't even start talking about it until so many people were like, you seem a lot more like yourself. And I'm like, all right, fine. You know what happened was I was depressed for a good 3 years until I finally was like, all right, I need to change something. And there were a lot of things to change. It wasn't just the medication that did it. It's a lot of work. It is a lot of work, and it's not easy work at all. General Tons Bricks also says, I got a nice break from the bad side of humanity during that. So I'm sort of back, maybe not back physically with my bad back, but here I am. Al Goff is going through something similar. I said, it's been really hard with my injuries. This show has helped tremendously. I'm so glad it has helped you, Al, and I'm so glad that you're here every week because your contributions are great. You're very funny. A couple weeks ago, I've watched that FBJ cancel, kill, whatever, FBJ clearance cancel.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Multiple times. And my absolute favorite part is when Al Goff tells me to F off.
That was kind of monumental. That was a good, yeah. That's a short right there that needs to be made.
Yeah, and VMAX Tech is definitely working on it. And he was like, I need to work on my Brickworld stuff, but I really want to get the short done. I was like, get the short done after Brickworld because I want you to bring your best work. So yes. VMAX Tech, if you're watching tonight, you can go ahead and he offered to bring a big tower that he built for a show he's doing this weekend for the Playbrick area. And VMAX Tech, if you're watching, go ahead and nix that because I don't think I'll have space for it in the hall this year, unfortunately, because we were getting very, very tight. We are still putting the layout together. Not me, my layout managers have been working at it nonstop. And the fire marshal is like, we got to see a map of the floor. And I was just like, oh yeah, tomorrow, look for it.
Yeah. Let me talk to my guy. Hold on. Yeah,
exactly.
It'll be a minute. I'll call you right back.
Totally, exactly.
We've had a record number of requests this year.
Yes,
for the show.
Yeah, we have.
Which is phenomenal. It's absolutely wonderful that everybody wants to bring stuff and show and stuff like that. So that's phenomenal.
It's great.
As well as we've increased the show floor and the square footage
by about 25,000 square feet.
Holy cow! And we're still having to limit what we have. Yeah. That's wonderful. At the same time, it's bad.
We had a great opportunity, and Superhawk really stepped up and found us a sponsor. And then that sponsor ended up taking up half of the new space. And I'll explain why in a moment. Because right now we're going to talk about our sponsors. And a huge sponsor this year is the Lego Brick Derby, which will be in the activity room, which we're calling it the activity room. That's what we did last year. We just used those first 4 conference rooms that are part of the Schaumburg Ballroom. This time we have an entire half of the Schaumburg Ballroom, including those 4 conference rooms. And this Brick Derby takes up a lot of space because they want to run competitions all weekend.
This is a full racetrack.
Yes, it's enormous. And they have, space for the kids to build, a space for the kids to like have a little trophy stand, and then for the race itself, and then their retail space. So that did take up a lot of space in that room, but we got 2 huge train displays in there that aren't necessarily square. And so it freed up a lot of space in the hall. But we had 444 space requests this year. And I don't remember how many there were last year, but it's a lot more than last year. And we're still working on getting those last ones into the hall. Fortunately, they're the last ones that are like smaller, and we're trying to put on 2 tables together in islands, but like it's like Jenga at that point. So we've got all the large islands and we're trying to get all the small creations in now. And it just takes a very, very long time and a lot of concentration. But we very much appreciate Lego Brick Derby being part of the show this year. And they'll have something in every single goodie bag from their list of Lego Brick Derby inventory. It's the chassis, the replacement wheels, the weighted bricks. Yeah. And so it'll be one of those things. And I believe they added to that list their new sticker sheets. And I don't know if that's coming with every goodie bag or it's part of the 4 things, one of 4 things that you'll get in the goodie bag. But they're very excited to be part of the community. They're very excited. They're very sweet. They're stoked to do something like this because they do trade shows all the time, but they've never been part of a Lego fan convention, and they really want to connect with people. Looking forward to meeting the AFOLs especially. We've also got a bunch of charity partners. Little Bricks Charity. This one. It's the guy who does the brick walk. He's going to spread a bunch of bricks on the floor and challenge people to walk across them to draw attention to the charity, to people's need. He does. It's like 1.1 miles walking on Lego bricks.
Yes. Continuous walk on Lego brick for like 1.1, 1.2 miles on
Ouch.
Lego brick. Yeah.
I was a diver in high school, and the cement board puts calluses on your feet. And so it took years to get rid of those calluses. I can't imagine what Russell's going through with the calluses on his feet. So at least mine were like the same pattern as cement. I don't know what pattern his calluses are in. His
Lego bricks. It's stud, anti-stud. It's anti-stud feet. That's all it is. So.
A little bit of both, perhaps.
Yeah.
Al Goff said, "You maybe pick between pirate sets." Hell no. So that's a great charity. They'll be there, and a very similar charity is one of our charity partners, Bricks of Hope. Both charities raise money to get Lego sets in the hands of sick kids. especially for families who are having trouble affording toys for their children. Lurie Children's Hospital, which I did not click on, is a local hospital here in Chicago. They have a great research facility as well. An amazing facility to help families who are going through kids with either terminal or chronic illnesses. And it's an amazing place. They do a lot of great work. And like I said, they have a research facility as well. Make-A-Wish Illinois is one of our charity partners as well. There will be a Wish Kid visit this year. And so hopefully we'll all have the opportunity to make his visit an amazing time. We also started donating to St. Jude this year through Ostif's stream. We were part of his 24-hour live stream. We co-streamed it. And that's why my head is, I don't have my mohawk anymore. It's because I shaved my head. If they got up to 1,500, which I would have done anyway. I haven't mohawked it yet because it's a little hard for me to do it myself. I used to be able to, but I'm just too busy to put that into it right now. Creations for Charity, of course. Up to the hotel. Yeah, exactly. I think Ostif offered to do the same thing, and I'll have mine there. Creations for Charity, run by Nan and Zhang. We don't. They're one of our charity partners as well. You donate a creation, you buy a creation, you can donate by PayPal. So what happens here is people donate their creations, people buy them, and the money goes to a number of charities. I forget which ones they are. I should know this. Brickshell Cases is a big sponsor of ours. They created some original Brick World Chicago 2025 items that you were able to pre-purchase through your registration. You'll also be able to purchase them at the show. We've got a Sig Fig lanyard case and an MP12, a 12 minifigure case that says Brick World. But they've got some really cool other products. If you are into, look, there's Ryan from M&R Productions. These are basically what they sell. If you're into Speed Champions, they have them for the cars. They have, ones that are branded for, like, this one says Clone Troopers. This one is thank you. I was just like, it says Speed Champions, but that's above it. They did make a Fabuland case. I don't know if they're still selling it, but I do have one of the Fabuland cases. These are my favorites right here, where they've got the actual Technic set that you can hang on it. It looks like a poster. I think it's a great way to display awesome. These. If you're, yes. I love these. And they got a number of different ways to ship stands. Let's do ship stands. Display different Lego sets. My favorite of these are the ones where, they've got one for the Ornithopter. I didn't realize that. So you can see here, they've got ones that will hold up the smaller ships. They've got one for the Millennium Falcon. They've got one for the UCS Millennium Falcon. As if you've built this, it's the size of a coffee table. So this is a more space responsible way to display it. They've got all sorts of different display items for you to display your ships in different ways, like you're whooshing them. Who else we got? Canada First Bricks will be there this year. If you don't know who they are the people who provide the bricks and the coalition for sets for companies like Bricker Builds and Bricks and Kicks, which Bricker Builds is one of our sponsors too. So let's check them out as well. Bricker Builds, you'll have something in your what's it called? I'm sorry. You'll have something in your goodie bag from Bricker Builds as well. Yep. And then Bricks and Minifigs is a big old sponsor for us this year. You'll see them all over the place. They're sponsoring our activity room and the event hall. They are our signature sponsor this year.
The area as well. So if you
how many are in the area? There's like 5 of them now in there.
Yeah. Approximately 5.
There's Wheaton, Crest Hill, Schaumburg. Wheaton, Crest Hill, Schaumburg, Niles. LaGrange? I'm making this up now. I can't think. I sent postcards to all of them, and my mind just went blank. Yeah, is there one in Naperville? Oh, cool. My sister lives there.
Yeah.
So we appreciate our sponsors very much. Can't say how much we appreciate them. And because we would not have a show without them, and they've been amazing this year. The amount of stuff that'll be in the goodie bag from our sponsors is greatly appreciated. I like having stuff in the goodie bags instead of flyers. And we've got stuff in the goodie bags this year, which makes me very happy. Pandemonious Panda is here as well this year. All right, this year. Tonight, thanks for joining us. Brickdad Builds, do you have any builds you want to share with us today?
Don't really, other than recently talked about topic, which was also recently moved to an independent thread on Discord, was tokens. And
okay,
just real quick of what I'm bringing. My 11-year-old son
Yeah.
we had a conversation about the origin of the tokens, what they are, where they came from, and all of that. And he wanted to really participate. And one of his tokens, while not the largest of builds or anything like that, but he wanted to show recognition.
That is
And
cool.
he goes through, he has a limited number, so he doesn't go overboard with it. So he actually has to put thought into what he's doing. So we've tailored it down from a mass of just putting one everywhere to a limited amount. So he actually goes through, looks at the build, he looks at it from the pop culture side of things, of how he judges it and looks at it and stuff like that, and the value of it to him in that respect. So that when he puts a token down, he's actually putting it down for the correct reasons of acknowledging
Nice.
that builder for what the builder has done.
All right. Well, let's
So
do this the right way, because we're going to want to take another look at that. But I didn't even get a chance to walk you up yet.
In the corner of the room, there's a world made of bricks. Brick dad's in his zone, working his magic with flicks. Late nights glow with colors, each piece tells a tale. Building dreams for his kids, every block a trail. Every click brings a vision, his heart starts to soar. Creating joy in a castle, can't help but adore. Brick dad building up dreams, one piece at a time. With every block placed down, it's like writing a rhyme. Creating memories that shine brighter than gold. In a world made of Lego, the stories unfold.
We even got one of the Tainted in the song. Moto was in there.
yeah, he's such a wonderful guy. I love that guy.
So for people who don't know, will you please explain what tokens are?
Tokens are originally created, I believe, you'll have to help correct me on this, but Arthur Gudick was a master builder, the first Brick World master builder recognized at the show, if I'm not mistaken.
The first one was Steve DeCramer. And if you're ever playing, a Brick World trivia contest, and somebody asks which two Brick World masters have dated, it's me and Steve DeCramer. Just in case that ever comes up in a Brick World trivia
Good to know.
competition.
Good to know. But yeah, it was something that Arthur did back when after he won, and went through and actually made an award that he then placed. Did he place a limited number, or was it literally for every attendee?
So here's what happened. Here's what happened. So Art Gujic was a smartass, and so he wasn't necessarily the first to do like leave gifts on people's displays. It was something that happened very early. The first one I ever got was from a group called Totlug, and they left a train car on my train, and I was like, somebody took Totlug's train car and put it on my display. So people did things like that. They made very limited numbers of things to like give out to their friends. It was also only a 15,000 square foot hall at first, so you had an opportunity to get to know everybody. So what Arthur Gujic did, was he went to the Lego store and bought a cup of scorpions and just put them everywhere. And we're like, and it just happened to be the year after he won Brick World Master. And I believe Arthur Gujic was the third Lego Master, I want to say. I'm sorry, Brick World Master. Hello. And so we finally figured out it was Arthur. Next year, Simon Liu won. That year, Simon Liu won. So the next year, he left a bunch of little hidden things on people's displays, and it was a little bit more elaborate. It was like a frog in a gumball machine piece, like that sort of that lamp post piece from the adventure sets. They used to put like jewels under them, and so it was like a little scuba. It was like a little submarine for a frog. So it's just like slightly more elaborate, and they've gotten more and more elaborate every year. So that's kind of how the tradition started. It wasn't even meant to be like, he wasn't doing it because he was Brick World Master. He was doing it because he was a smartass. And then unfortunately we lost Arthur Gujic in an Uber accident. I believe it was before the pandemic. It was before the pandemic. And so we started calling it the one they used to call it the Brick World Master Pimp model, which is something I hated. So I'm like, before I buy this company, we are going to change that. And we both have different memories of this, but apparently Simon Liu decided to call it the Gujic. I thought I decided to call it the Gujic, but hey, Simon's a good guy, and he was the second one to put out a Gujic, so he can have it.
Tokens are an enormous thing at shows, and for those watching, if you're not familiar with them, finding small things like this on builds as you make your way around the hall and stuff like that, Please ask the builders behind the builds if they're available, if
Yeah.
those are free to take, or if they have giveaways. Because some of these are not necessarily takeaways that you can actually pick up and walk away with. So
Yeah.
just be
Most
aware
of
of
them
that.
are not.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, like I said, this one is my son's. This is the one he built. Let's get that up here. So,
Nice.
and it's literally just the 2x2 round with the
Yeah.
flag and the lightsaber post. This one here is mine, and I'm sure you'll recognize what this is in reference to, but
Oh, nice. It's your Magritte.
it is my Magritte. Yes.
Nice.
So,
That is really good. That's a cute
so
version of the Magritte. That's
a
excellent.
little version of it, and
How fun is
then I
that?
have a minifigure that goes with as well. So,
Oh, that's great. I would just to
so
clarify a couple things. I would say never take anything off anybody's display, even if you think it's a giveaway. That is a huge no, according to our Brick World policies. But the what I definitely want to reiterate for this year is if you don't want Gujiks, no, I'm sorry, Gujiks. Everybody wants the Gujik. So the reason we call the ones that like Brick Dad builds and his son have built, with the reason we call them tokens is because the community has decided to only call the token that the Brick World Master gives the Gujik, which I'm not necessarily for. I would like to put Arthur's name everywhere because I think he was an amazing person, love the community, and he's an amazing builder. But tokens is the choice people have given to call tokens, to call non-Gujik tokens. So that's why there's a difference between the token and the Gujik. That is Casey McCoy's Gujik from last year.
yeah, and I wanted to bring this over so people can verify and see the difference between what the master, Brick World
Dear
Master,
Lord.
normally presents. Something similar to this, or this is very elaborate because it actually has a
Preferably
hologram.
smaller. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's yeah.
If you win,
yeah.
if you win Brick World Master, please do me a favor and don't build something that elaborate. Please, 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 please. Dan Church did this year's, and I was in a huge hurry when I ordered it, and I didn't review it first. Way too many pieces in that one too. Not as much as Casey's, but a lot of pieces in it for sure. You guys are gonna love what he did. It's absolutely beautiful, but I really got to rope it in for next year. Let's catch up with some of these comments here. Hawkeye Ligament says they were frog pods. And he also says that was 2019. That's when Art Gujik died. I think that has to be it. Hawkeye says also obvious. Oh, it's free. Should be one sign that says it's free to take. That's and I don't think anyone's going to put anything like that out. Amy Schultz says, hello, I'm sad I'm late. Happy to be here. Happy you're here as well. And you can always rewatch the first half hour after the show's done. The Bishop family is here. It says, hi, Mark. Welcome, Brick Dad. Want to know who can pass out tokens? Anybody? Philip Kamen says, good evening, Tainted. Yeah, if you like Brick Dad Builds and his son are doing, if you want to bring something with you, the Brick World staff has our own Brickle-rific little trophy that we put out for people. It's Phoebe Schwabe, David Turner, and I that put out the Brickle-rific statues from the Brick World staff. And if you want to show your appreciation for other people's models, just bring a tiny little model. I think Paige Pritchard showed us one last week that was a leaf and a frog. Oh, I thought I had a frog up here, but I'll just give you an example because I've gotten several of these that were they were very small. I mean, you could do because I have these pieces right here. You could do where's my camera? Oh God, this sucks. All right, you can do that. That could be a token, just something that you drop and say, hey, I like this. One of my favorites was something that I got. It was a little laminated piece of paper, and they were all over the hall. And it was either like a sprout or like a half-grown carrot or like a full-grown carrot. And like what I built that year, I didn't finish. It was awful for me to like in a show that like we couldn't take any more space requests. I took a space and didn't finish my build. I felt terrible about it. But somebody liked the basic idea of it. It looked okay. It looked unfinished for sure. But there was a lot of good stuff started in it. And that's kind of what it meant to me. It was like, there's room to grow here. And I was just like, yeah, I know, first of all, but I also appreciate it.
Yeah.
So you can communicate things, or you can just like Brick Dad Builds has done. He's built a mini version of one of his MOCs that he's been working on. Because are you going to submit that to Lego Designer Program or Bricklink Designer Program, who will also be at Brick World this year?
It's actually a monumental year for them because this is their 25th anniversary year,
Yes.
and there's some special things that they're going to be doing as well as a couple sessions of how to use the Bricklink Designer program to actually design models and stuff digitally on their website and stuff like that. So um, I have submitted to Lego Ideas currently, and it is pending there. I'm over 500 votes right now, so it's sitting there. It's doing decent. I need to do some more promotional for it and get it. I was really hoping to have it built and done by the show next week or the
Right.
following week. Unfortunately, I did not get all of my pieces in to get it completed.
This is the worst time of year not to like to
Yeah,
need pieces.
yeah, exactly. So, and it's not necessarily a lot of complicated pieces,
Yeah.
but it is a large majority of dots and dots and tiles for
Yeah.
the background and stuff like that. So, being able to get the colors I needed was the hang up of being able to
Yeah.
find everything in the timely manner with a decent price. So,
I hear you there. Yeah, I definitely hear you
yeah,
there. I've got one last order coming in that should have been in on Saturday. It's been delayed till tomorrow. And so I was trying to tear through something here on the build today to get like just looking a little more full. I did a lot of building this week, but again, I typically only have one day. So it's like it doesn't look like a lot was built. So I was trying to like get something like copy built. And I didn't have all the parts anyway, and I ran out of time. And so it's probably good that I ran out of time because to like have to go back and put parts like
yeah.
sneak parts in, and it's like kind of a tight space. You'll see when I get to it.
I'm at that point with my build for Chicago this year because I'm at the point now where I've gone through and put all of my minifigs in just to hold places and stuff like that, see where they all need to
Yeah.
be and everything. I've got 112 minifigs in my build right now.
Oh my
So
gosh, that's really cool.
yeah,
I
so
see. I love the
everything
stuff that has
from
stories in it. That's my big
oh
thing.
yeah, oh yeah. You've got a guy that's leaning over a bucket throwing up because he just got off a roller coaster. I've got Chip and Dale standing under a ginormous oak tree. I've got Scooby Doo, Shaggy, and Fred investigating an Asian artifact.
Yeah,
Um, and
that's
yeah,
awesome.
so yeah, it's an enormous uh, thing that you can literally just stand there and watch the
Yeah.
progression of where people are and stuff like that. So,
Are you gonna
but
do a
I
seek
hope
and
it's
find? Are
enjoyable.
you gonna do a seek and
Um,
find? Sounds like you
I'm
could.
not. I could, but I'm not doing a seek and find because there's so much in it. I just want people to be able just to absorb it without having to actually
Nice.
try to hunt for things and miss
Right.
something.
That's
Um,
cool.
I'm really looking forward to the world of lights because I've included a lot of lights in this
I
to
wish I
actually
could do
accentuate
that.
it. So
I told myself I was going to, and I built over the spot where I would have needed to like figure it out. And I'm just like, all right, no lights this year. Just
yeah,
take that off your plate, get stuff done. Look who's here tonight. It's Cool Han Luke. I just watched his live stream before this. He did a 5-hour Brickworld hype stream, and then he apologized for running out of things to talk about for Chicago. And I'm like, this stream was 5 hours long, dude. And this is like his third hype stream in a row for us. If you guys don't follow
thank
Cool
you.
Han Luke Bricks, you should call this guy. I'm sorry, they call this guy the ACOB of Wales. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cool Han. But good stream. It goes on Sunday before our stream. So doing another Brick World hype stream. What time is it there, Cool Han? Isn't it like 1 a.m? 3 a.m? What's going on? I did great talk about Brick World with Brick Hive on the show. We also talked about guns in Chicago and the dangers of drinking drinking unpasteurized milk. What's the thing that's a trend right now for some reason? How do they say it? But it's unpasteurized either way. Raw milk, like
Okay.
it's crazy. But apparently, some places it's safe to do so. And Miles Vengeance was talking about that.
Milk.
The tainted milk. Yeah, exactly. But I love Miles Vengeance, and he says that he knows a safe place to get it. So more power to you there. Alphonse Sue Person is here tonight. Says, I've run out of time going to go through placing buildings and figs this week, but landscaping is completely missing. That's okay. Bring your landscaping pieces with you and do it on site. It's fun. And people love watching you build. And they'll come by and they'll say stuff like, you're never going to get it done because some people are just jerks.
It was just your build, Mark. Okay. It was,
It is 1:44 a.m. there. Okay. Well, thanks for joining us into the wee hours of the morning. Look who's here. Hey, check it out. It's everybody's favorite host. This guy, the guy on my upper left, Mr. Ben Harper, Z Cerberus. How you doing this week?
Just got back from Grandma's burial.
Fun.
So that was all right. But yeah, I made it here in time. I hung out in the green room for a little bit to finish some work for the show, but here I am.
I've been finishing work for the show as we've been talking.
All right, good.
Are you doing well, Ben?
I'm doing all right. Grandma was 100, so she lived a good life. We had a good representation of family. It was good to catch up with some people. I met my sister's husband for the first time.
Wow.
So that was interesting. We were going to go to their wedding a few weeks ago. Not a few weeks ago, a few years ago. But then my wife and daughter got COVID, so I ended up missing it. So 2 bands now. No, I'm not nearly as handsome as Brick Dad, nor do I have the curly Q mustache.
Neither one of you wearing a hat.
Ben, I'm the mustache.
Yeah, he's the mustache. Yes.
Alex is confused because neither one of you is wearing a hat this week.
Oof. That must be the problem.
Like, yeah.
I'm sorry to confuse you, Alex.
Hey, I'm F-bombing in the first hour. What's wrong with me? My trays are out. I feel like I can say anything I want. But yeah, Brick Dad, that's why I walked you up, because I was like, I'm like drooling now. I'm talking so much. Like, I had to get those trays out. So I was like, hold on, we got to play you a song. But yeah, he's building with Foxlug, part of their collaborative, and he's not willing to share anything with us about it. He wants it to be a surprise at Brickroll.
Oh.
So he just showed us his tokens.
My angles are completely off. I don't have a second camera set up right now because I had
Okay,
to.
so do we need some stuff to look at for builds?
Well, yeah, sure. Because I can go next after that too. Except my camera isn't set up, but I can fix that. However, Are you bringing any tokens this year?
I never have. I am not planning to right now. I think it's something that would be fun.
Yeah.
But I spend so much time building right till the end that it's like I'd have to plan it way in advance.
Maybe we'll give you a couple Brickle-rifics since you are part of the Brickworld staff.
Sure, that'd be
maybe
fun.
we'll split them up between the 4 of us instead of just me, Phoebe, and David.
Yeah, and I do usually see most stuff in the hall, but it's like anything, right? You come back and you see the pictures afterward, and there's 2 or 3 really cool things you missed.
Oh yeah,
just you can't help it. That just always happens.
And the challenge would be to make some tiny, some micro orange spaceships.
Oh, that'd be cute.
I have some designs. In fact, last year I did a build that was called Collaborating with My Non-Lego Spouse that had a tiny orange spaceship in it. I don't remember how many pieces it has in it, but it's fairly simplified. I could probably do that.
Alphonse Superson says there are a few people posting their tokens on Discord. If people want to check it out, you can join our Discord. Maybe I'll even post the link in the chat. Ben, are you ready to show us stuff?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
All right, cool. I will walk you up, and I will not be back when the walk-up song is done because I already have to use the bathroom.
All right.
Bye.
Me.
Sorry. Let me try that again. Oh, God. Where is it?
He's right there.
Who's this kicking it with a new mob? New mob. New mob. New mob. Yeah. Will we get a chunky match? Will we get computer tech? An orange spaceship so sleek? Does he hate castle this week? Does the new mech have a wicked team? Has the castle from last week been reshaped? Has he built 5 orcs and welcomes these Cerberus Daddy Ben? Yeah! Don't define me! Computer tech!
Okay, so I don't know why we have that one on there. I usually hit it in the dark just fine. In the dark, meaning when the song's playing. But I grabbed Mark's instead of my second camera.
Because I'm in here this evening, so.
Yeah, it must have rearranged it. But here we have what I've been working on. And you might say, hey, we've seen this mock before. Z, what are you talking about? Well, Mark was just mentioning it, and so did Brick Dad. The other highlight or thing that you can do with your mocks at Brick World is get ready for World of Lights. So I retrofitted this one with some lights. And so I wanted to take a look at that. I have a couple other things we can briefly look at as well. But first I wanted to show that. So I'm using, a lot of people ask, what do you use? And it kind of depends on the build and what's available. I just dropped the battery box down into the tower, but we can fix that.
Oops. Now, unless I'm mistaken, you use T-lights inside your build if they're a full 360 build and not a dollhouse style or something like that, correct?
Yeah, I don't tend to do dollhouse style.
Well, no, I mean the open style, where like with your spaceships that you have open sides or stuff like that.
I usually don't open the sides. But anyway, I'm trying to get this pesky battery box now, because I dropped it. There we go.
You do tend to use T-lights, though, I think was the point of the question.
I have used T-lights. Though I've used, what was that one? Life lights for quite a while.
Oh, yeah, I used to use those as well. I have a lot of them left, and that's probably what I would use still.
Yeah, but this one is based
Solder points
on,
haven't broken.
This one's based on brick stuff, largely because I can get brick stuff now at Bricks and Minifigs.
Oh, nice.
So I retrofit this one to have the lights in it for World of Lights. The big thing here, they have these torches that are kind of pre-built and flicker.
Yep.
And I actually cheated.
Cool. Yay!
I cheated a little bit. I had to modify one part to kind of get the lights set up the way I wanted on that.
Uh-huh.
And that was this 1x1 clip. I drilled a hole through the back of it. I kind of feel like it's not exactly cheating because the torches also have holes drilled in them that brick stuff did. So I only had to modify one part, and it was just so that I could feed the wire through the back of it. So it's cheating, but not cheating that much.
Well, you
it's the only part I had
where
to
it's not
modify.
a usable piece. It's not an unusable piece now. It's still usable in its
It
original
does still
form.
function, yep.
So,
yeah, I didn't break
those
it
of you-
or anything. It still will hold stuff with as the clip. This one actually is a little stretched out, so it doesn't hold so well anymore, but it holds a little bit still. So the clutch power's not perfect on it, but there it is. And it looks like Brick Dad's got a candle up there.
yeah, so people understand how the hole is drilled in them.
Yeah, I have
ports, I believe,
one
is pretty similar to that. So,
Yeah, I'm looking at their website right now. They do have a lot of amazing pre-made stuff that you can add things to.
Yeah, the big one for me where they had the torches in particular, and then the color on a lot of these. So here are the torches. So the cable normally comes out the bottom, so they did have to drill a little hole inside of the torch, and I'm sure they actually strung the wire through and then soldered the LED on the top and then attached this on the bottom so they could drill a very small hole.
yeah.
I had to drill a slightly bigger one so I could feed this whole thing through there. I took the end off, which I haven't been brave enough to do, but if I took the connector off, I could probably get away with a smaller hole, but I didn't bother. So this is what I'm doing now. I also did the Rogue's Forge with the light pattern. That one needs a couple repairs to the light. Not repairs. I just didn't have a flickering light for the blacksmith furnace, which kind of felt like a mistake, right? That one, the furnace area,
Flicker, yeah.
The needs to flicker, right? That's like almost necessary. And the flickering on this one kind of annoys me a little bit. I know it's probably more realistic for it to be candlelit or whatever, but I might switch those two out. But one of the bigger tricks on any of these that you do is to find a way to be able to access the battery box to replace the lights and troubleshoot. So you saw on this one, it was easily accessible when I don't drop it through the tower hole up on the top. But I will be able to fix that. I just had a couple of bricks with the rail on it that it's sitting on top of, and they're technically wide enough so that the battery box shouldn't fall through, but you saw I managed to make it fall through anyway. So that was bad on me. But the build essentially looks the same. The torches are slightly different, but now we've got something that people can look at in World of Lights. You can also see the
Stained glass.
the stained glass a little better.
Now, Ben, do you have any
Flickering
windows on the
lighters.
back that are going to be illuminated also, or?
There are there are windows on the back. The stained glass ones in particular. You
So I
can
do
see
have some
through the
back
back
windows
windows
on
too.
on the upper building, the upper floor there.
Yeah, you can
Nice.
still see it. So
Okay, cool.
the light's actually attached on the roof, so it's shining down.
Okay.
There are no torches though. I think luckily, so I don't have to use two more. I'd feel obligated if I'd actually attached these torches to put some there, but I never did. So I'm like, I guess no one's using the back door, so they don't have the torches out right now.
Yeah.
So that's what I was working on there. You can see when I move this out of the way. Next up on the build table is the PP. There went my cherry blossom tree.
You're working on that again. Nice.
Yeah, I need to get some work done on this. I'm sitting a ways away from the mic. Hopefully everyone can still hear me.
I can hear you fine.
I'm gonna move this. One sec.
Yeah, take your time. Brick Dad Builds, where do you get your lighting from?
Most of the time, I buy off of Amazon.
Okay.
I just watch for the sales of when I can get either multiple amounts of things,
Yeah.
or discounts, or Amazon coupons, or things like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the most part, it's something I realize is most of the stuff all comes from the same factory.
Right. Yeah.
Because it's so.
That's where, because that's usually
Yeah,
where I get mine as well. And I use mostly tea lights and like the little globes.
Yeah,
They've made some changes recently.
Yeah, I'm sure that the brick stuff would work with our friends over at Lumi Bricks, though I haven't tried to do it. So yes, I said Lumi Bricks, so you wouldn't correct me this time. It's still going to be fun hole to us.
Fine. Oh no, it's still fun hole. Yeah, it's.
But I think those might work too. The only issue, I guess, with the fun hole ones is they usually have like a string of 3 or 4 lights that are all different because they're sort of set up to be in a particular build in a certain way, as opposed to being able to roll your own a little with single lights on a string. Yeah, it still says fun hole up there.
Yeah.
So
I
got that going.
Oh, there we go.
This is one of their sets. It's a modular form building, and they've got a couple different sets of lines. This one happens to be their urban line, and it's got a lot of colorful lights and stuff like that. And this is the skater line, where it's all urban type stuff. Cool. It's actually getting rebuilt into a hardware store, like a Midwestern downtown hardware store.
Nice.
So,
I've been screwing up the comments here. Let's see. All right. So Algoff says, I'd explain to new stops that want to leave tokens to not put them on the build, put them on the table. I had several on my builds, and that to me is like adding paint to my painting. Yeah. All right.
Yep. We've heard that for sure.
Let's see. Rob Claxton says, it's saying hi to people. Sorry. And that's all we missed, I guess. Rob Claxton has been a member for 9 months. Oh, hey. Congratulations. Thank you for supporting us for 9 months. Appreciate that a lot. I feel like it's been longer, Rob Claxton.
Yeah.
If you want us to play a song Rob, for you,
yep, absolutely.
Let us know which one. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that a lot. And then, I guess I didn't miss that much. People were just saying hello.
Hello, yeah. So
topic of tokens, just real quick, is if you are leaving tokens, look for the name badge or the mock badge that goes with it, and put it as close to the badge as possible, so that one, the builders will see them, but also it will help keep them into a corral or an area where the badge is. So
good call.
Yeah, so we're back to working on this thing, which is supposed to be an ice planet inspired design for the rest of the frame. And this one actually will be more dollhouse style, mostly because I don't see any reason to enclose an air-cooled computer all the way around, and all the I/O input output is on the back anyway. So this part I'll leave open, and I'm just going to work on the front here. I do have some ideas finally. Inspiration has finally struck. I guess the only thing that I've really built though so far is the start of the frame here. The way it's positioned on here though, when I add tiles or something on this next level, they will be flush with the frame, but I can still just lift the computer frame out and not necessarily have it attached to the rest of this.
Well, more power to you starting 2 new creations the weeks before the show.
Well,
Al Goff says, I hate autocorrect. I typed AFOLs and got stops.
Got stops. Yeah.
Yeah, you sure did. But I knew
the dragon. I heard you.
I didn't know what you meant. Sorry.
I heard you ratting on me on that dragon.
I did not rat on you, sir.
The dragon is done or complete.
Yeah, you wrote in the show run, abandoning the dragon or something like that.
I'm bailing on showing it. You'll just have to see how it turned out at Brickworld since we're so close.
Bailing on showing
and it's already off my build table, so I don't really want to put it back on.
All right.
It's kind of awkward.
From what I've seen, it looks good.
Yeah,
so I like it a lot. So.
Well, how do you know? All you saw was a head, right?
Well, there was a little bit of a body.
Yeah, maybe. Did I get some shoulders or something before?
Yeah. There was about as much as I'm showing right now is what I saw.
Oh yeah, there's significantly more than that now, I guess.
I'm pretty sure I said that last week. Ben will have a completely built dragon by next.
He does.
It is completely built. Yes.
Yeah. See.
Last thing I wanted to look at close or quickly was the bases. We've heard a lot of questions about bases.
Yeah.
These things. And I built one here that I kind of had an epiphany for making it a lot easier than I was. So I wanted to show that quick. So here's an old small hexagon, the smexagon, the small hexagon.
I think
Smexagon.
Smexagon, yeah.
Yeah, Smexagon, Mexagon, and Lexagon, or Lexagon or Chonkagon.
I think the Mexagon is just the hexagon. Like that's the base standard is hexagon, and then Smexagon, Chonkagon.
Right, got to go up to the Chonkagon. So this one
Lexagon
looks a little nasty on the bottom, mostly because I essentially did a snot brick followed by a headlight brick all the way across. And the reason I had to do that is because as these cheese slopes go up, they need to be 1.5 plates in height separated in order to get this nice smooth edge.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if you do 2 plates, it'll be stepped up and down. So, I was inserting half a stud, keeping it level, inserting half a stud, keeping it level. Could have done the opposite thing with brackets, level, extruding half a stud, so on and so forth. However,
ladies and gentlemen, that's called Lego math.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still Lego math. There's one easier way to get a half stud offset when you're building like this. And that is, you can see this one's a lot more simplified.
Yeah, wow.
Every time you move a snot brick up 1 stud, it increases the distance here 2.5 plates. So every time I move one of these up, I get a 2.5 plate difference going this way. So that helped reduce a lot of the brick work.
Yeah.
And let me do a lot more of it with plates. There are parts like right here where I can't just step it out 1 anymore because the cheese slope ends up being even with the snot brick.
Right.
So when I did that, then I just had to go over, 2 more, and then I could continue that pattern again with just pushing the next plate out 1 stud and putting a snot brick on it.
Nice.
So this has a lot less stuff on it. Oh yeah, it's nice and solid now because hardly any of this is.
What I figured with all of that
really
plate rather than
than
brick. Yeah, that's what I was assuming. So it looks great.
A lot lighter.
Yeah. And here was the first side that I tried this on. I was doing it with all these L-shaped plates. And then I moved over just doing it with nice thick 2 wide plates. And that was pretty easy to do. And it's a lot more stable and sturdy now. For this one, for example, I could have big, long chunks of these things come out pretty easily if you knocked into them. Now the most that's going to come out is, looks like one plate or 1 brick and a double cheese slope. That's it. So they're a lot easier to track down the parts that fall off, and it's a lot more stable on top.
All right, so we got some questions.
Like it would be a lot easier too.
Got some questions here from the Tonya of Tainted that we have here this evening.
Yeah.
The Bishop family is asking, are battery lights okay to light your display like a small strand of holiday lights? Yes. I mean,
Yes, I would
done
stick
that
with
before.
stick with LED to the extent you can, so they don't heat up too much. But you're in pretty good shape on
Yeah.
really any of those.
We did
The
that with
LED
our gingerbread village. I
Yeah.
just dropped a string of lights inside, and it lit it up very well. And Tim Lighty does that now at the shows. He puts the LED Christmas lights underneath the white batting when we bring the gingerbread village, which we do oftentimes to shows.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Ben? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, they're fine. I mean, I don't think they'd heat up enough to really affect anything, even the incandescent, tiny ones. But the LED ones tend to stay cooler.
And you can get them in 24 hours from Amazon, so they come pretty quickly.
You get them at
for more of
Walmart,
those.
even.
Hawkeye Lego Man asks, "What's the smallest size you've done so far, Ben?" That would be the Smexagon.
Yeah, so the Smexagon is the smallest. Smexagon.
Oh, the Flexagon
We
is
also
probably
have the Flexagon, which is a little triangle that fills in the empty space.
yeah.
So here's a little Flexagon. Here's one with most of a tree on it.
Nice.
So I'll finish this tree. Won't be that hard.
Slapshot Bricks has joined us. Thank you for being here tonight. Liam Brick the Bed is also here. Jazzy Viking Bricks is here. Some other live stream must have just ended. The Bishop family says we're testing that now. Hawkeye Lego Man says very nice.
Yeah, so here we go.
Reminder: don't forget to like, follow, and share.
Oh yeah, I forgot to bring that. I forgot how to do this stream. Yeah, if you like what you're seeing, if you like hexagons, smexagons, chonkagons, and xlexagons, and flexagons, please hit like and subscribe. It helps us out a lot. It helps us with the algorithm. And I can't see why you wouldn't like what you're seeing tonight. Ben is a prolific builder. We got Brick Dad Builds handsome face here. And if you hit subscribe button, you'll get notifications when we go live, which sometimes happens randomly, like on Friday night when I want to just sit here and play all of our music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that part because I was building after we got off Friday Night Bricks. Where I may, if anyone wants to go and watch that, I may have trolled a little harder than normal.
You might have
on Friday Night Bricks, but if you like that, if you get it, you can go do it. If you have a preconceived notion that I'm a jerk and you want it definitely reinforced, you can go watch it as well. So you can pick your poison there.
Liam Brick the Bed just subscribed. We appreciate that a lot. Is Cool Han Luke is still here. I noticed today watching his stream, he's only got 206 subscribers, and it's a very fun stream. So if you guys want to check him out, I highly recommend it. Go search Cool Han Luke on YouTube and subscribe to that gentleman. It's a very fun stream. He's got a lot of fun. He's got a fun panel on his desk as well. Let's see. Genotron Brick says they were out and about and missed that. Hawkeye Lego Man says, I remember talking about giving the idea if you would a hill for a hex. Have you tried?
If you would a hill for a hex? I'm not sure what that means.
It means
making a mound out of it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess it could.
Oh,
I'll stack together.
Good job, Ben. Yeah, that's
look at that. Perfect.
Yeah. Look, a mound.
Yeah, could you, not love that?
But I think you do have landscaping on one of them, like a little bit more of a. Haven't we seen that? Or am I
some
making
of
that
them
up?
do have more
Rock work
around the edges, more rock work. Even the one I just had up is got a little more on it too. But yeah.
D Bishop asks, the Bishop family, sorry, should we cover every open space? We're using octagons.
No, definitely not needed. I mean, it does kind of look like, and Mark was concerned, you look like you have black rivers of lava running through it.
A tar
But
pit?
honestly, it doesn't really bother me when I put it together. I don't even notice it.
Algoff
Ben, I have
says,
a question.
just because I watch the show doesn't mean I like it. Go ahead. Go ahead, Brick Dad Builds.
My question is, with the change to the bases, with how you've gone to the plates now, is it possible to actually make them a little thinner or recess them out for like a pond or something like that, a water area, or?
Possibly. I think the big issue is, the double tall cheese slopes really helps to get this 5 tall. If I wanted to use cheese slopes all along the edge that were only 1 tall, then this would have to be 2.5, which is probably possible with some interesting techniques, but definitely not as easy. Just say that.
Just curious.
Moto says, Moto says that music video was nuts. I thought I dreamed it. This thing happens when I co-stream somebody else's stream. where Ben and I don't have the ability to bring up comments or play any of our media assets. And so I was itching all night because after a while, the host left and it was Ben and I and Brian and Kevin was there eventually, but he
came back eventually. Yeah.
He was left hosting, and it was basically like me, Brian, and Ben, and we couldn't bring up comments, and we kept talking about the songs. I sang "Mark's Gotta Go," so I was just kind of jonesing for our music, and so I got back on and just played every song that we've ever made, plus Ben's excellent fake influencer videos. I played everything that was cool.
Too. I love those.
I played some of the Blockover stuff.
Don't forget, Moto was there too for quite a while.
Yes, Moto.
Yes, of course.
So we got a good preview of Moto's his cat face mask, his next one that's coming to Brick World. That thing looks crazy. So I hope everyone's ready to see that. I'm certainly ready to see the finished one.
Hawkeye Lego Man says the try escaped my question. That hill idea with them stacked could be interesting if you stacked plenty of them. I don't think you're going to stack actual hexagons to make a hill, are you?
No, I wouldn't do that. But no. I do. I've got all my flexagons stacked like this temporarily, so that they're easier to locate.
Stacking them
as I pull them out, and
it looks like the neck of a dragon.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really know what a dragon looks like, though.
They're building on plates and using mills. They had a fun time watching our stream on Friday. It was a lot of gossiping and building. I mean, we
were having fun. We talked about some of the jerks that come to Brick World. Jerks in air quotes. So
Ben did a lot of that. Ben accused everyone who comes to Brick World of being a jerk, basically.
Yes. And they were clearly all,
serious.
Jerks. It was clear I was being serious.
It was clear.
Yep.
It's clear that Ben's a jerk.
Comedian.
Yes. I figure if I show up at the comedy show, Lou is going to just destroy me, but we'll see.
Right.
Oh yeah. I'm
Hey. Oh, go ahead. Oh, you were crossing your fingers. Gotcha.
Yeah, no, I just crossed my fingers for it.
The Mac Attack is here. Hey, if you missed it, if you didn't go all the way back to the beginning and watch, you can go ahead and not bring that brick tower to Chicago. Thank you for the offer, though. It's very cool, and we should talk about building things in the future. Bishop Family also said Ben was picking on all. Yes, he certainly was.
It was. Yeah, picking is, it was all very sarcastic, of course, but it was still fun. And it was interesting because we happened to have a couple people in that we don't necessarily get to see on our stream all the time, and they had connections to other members that come to Brick World that we're friends with or that we like.
Yeah. One
in particular mentioned that they were from the Louisville, Kentucky area, which is where one of our favorite builders, Ted Andes, is from. So I got them going on whether or not Ted and I were friends or enemies. So we'll
Dear
see.
Lord. Moto says, yep, Sir Meowsalot is getting eats right now. Is this real cat named Sir Meowsalot?
Ears
right now. That's the name of the mask.
I'm not even drinking. Amy Schultz says, I am not a fan of last night's Ben. Well, that was Saturday night, so I don't know where you saw him last night.
Last night I was fine. Yeah.
Let's see. Al Goff says, I hope I can get to Chicago next year. I'd planned on 2024, but had the accident. Been wanting to show a bigger crowd my stuff. Yes, I hope you can make it as well next year, Al. Any progress with the East End? Oh, you would love Al.
Yeah.
Al's awesome.
You a hotel room where you are and live stream you as an independent show on a monitor.
Ooh. We don't have room for that, though. We don't have room even for a laptop. I'm kidding. We would totally make room for that.
Yeah.
The Al stream, the Al Goff stream.
That would be fun.
Amy Schultz says, sorry, time is running together. Friday night, Ben. Oh, no, you're good.
Yeah.
I don't like that Ben either. He's a jerk. Hawkeye Lego Man says, controversy brings quite the response. I'm pretty sure that's what Ben's technique was Friday night.
Yeah, I actually think, technically speaking, that was Kevin's technique.
That was definitely Kevin's.
To grow your audience, you need to insult every member of your stream that comes in.
That's kind of
and so we were trying that to see if it would work for us. It felt a little awkward.
That's how I ended up in a lug.
I played hard,
Kevin.
Yeah.
Well, Vengeance says, hey, Mark. And a big to you and Brick Dad Builds, apparently.
Whatever, man. So Mark, do you have stuff you want to show?
I do. I've been actually sitting here building it. Hockey Lego Man says it did feel off. It what's weird is it felt on to me.
That's what I
like,
thought too.
I'm like, this is just kind of Ben. Ben does this.
Just me trolling hard, and it was definitely trolling hard. I felt like maybe part of it is Moto's a fantastic guy, but like Reed, when I first came onto Friday Night Bricks, I'm not sure if he knows when I'm being serious or not yet. I think when he gets to that, like he knows, it won't seem so weird. But I think he was like concerned about my hatred of some of our friends out there, like Dan Church and Ted and Philip and Maria Stratsma. Some people we're very close to that we were pretending we hated.
So. Algoff, unfortunately, there's nothing better yet with the eSIM. That would be cool. Live stream from a bed. Yeah. Liam Brick the Bed says it's going to take me about 20 hours to get to Brick World 26. Tasmania is an island, so I have to get a plane just to get to Australia. Yeah, it's going to take you a lot longer than 20 hours, sir. It took me about 32 hours to get from. Where did I go to Malaysia from? I went from LAX. It's not easy to get across that giant Pacific.
I used to live in Guam for a while, so it's.
Yeah. Oh Lord. Yeah, that must have been a long commute. VMAC Tech says banter is good as long as everyone is in on it. Otherwise, it's just picking on people, which is also fun.
I didn't say anything mean about VMAC though, so I think it was okay.
VMAC, or I'm sorry, who's talking? Hawkeye Lego Man says, once you got to the Lego Masters, I figured it was easy to tell. You couldn't tell before that? Okay.
I would hope so, but who knows?
False Mentions says, no, not at all. I guess for the two of you. Liam Brick the Beg says, damn. I don't know why he says that, but he did.
Yeah. I guess I would fairly say, I don't think I would talk smack on a live stream like this because we're community building, right?
Yes.
I wouldn't say something hateful about someone I actually hated. It's to be over the top for people 100%. That, if you know me at all, know I actually love them dearly.
Yeah, same. If I have any beef with anybody, I'm not going to talk about it here. I'm not going to talk about it on other live streams either, though.
No. I've gone out to dinner with Dan and Ted and Philip and Maria. We are all friends.
Brick Dad Builds remembers the Brick World Crossing stream. Whereas me playing Animal Crossing, I'm like, and just being, and then this influencer said, blah, 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 AI. And it was, I took it down.
Oh, yeah. Well, there was that one.
Yeah. That's the only stream I've ever taken down. And I say all the time, it's just like, I don't believe in deleting comments. I don't believe in like pretending it didn't happen. We're going to pretend that one didn't happen.
Yeah. All right. You ready to walk up, Mark?
Should, yes.
I sure am. Yeah, let's do it.
Camera ready.
All right. I almost got it.
Yeah.
This is almost hard. Normally when it's just the two of us, I know which box the new video is going to be added in and I can move it while the song is playing. But now I've got to know it's the second box down instead of the bottom one. So we'll get there.
Yeah, Brick Dad Builds was right. It's his fault.
Sort of.
No, I take full responsibility for the fact that Ben is off tonight.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right, can you guys hear me all right?
I can hear you.
My headset. And I didn't switch the I didn't move the camera from where we were on Friday night. So we can just take a look at where this is at now, and then I'll move it to the rest of the creation in a minute. Can I? Yes. All right. Here's the most important part of the week. I'm trying to get this roof. Oh, and there's a wall. I built a fence in the back too. You can barely see it from this angle.
No,
Oh
I
yeah,
can
I
see a
can
plane
see a
right
little
next
bit.
to the bamboo.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yay. All right, cool.
Yeah.
And it's a circle gate in the middle of the fence, and so there's that. And can you see the tea house? You can almost see the tea house.
See a little bit of the tea house. I mean, obviously, I think we're gonna start,
Let's start on the
talking
house.
about that roof, right?
Let's talk about this roof.
All right.
What do you guys think? Shape wise.
We got some gappage there.
I know.
I don't know how you're planning on tackling that, but that's
I don't
always
know.
that's always the trick when you go up. Is to try to be able to get the distance and angles right to fill in those gaps as best you can.
Yeah, and I've just taken
or
the
cover
angle
them
that
in some way.
I've just taken the angle that I already had and attached this to it, and I thought like the 45-degree angle will be perfect, and it's just not because it's at an angle itself.
Yeah.
And so I just don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Because it does go in and then juts up. And this is where I want it to end. If I can get a straight line here, that'd be great. But this is the angle I want for the pitch of the roof. And it's just not matching where I want it to.
Yeah, the 45
let me just
is just
scratch
not
my
right.
belly on screen. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, looks like you need a shallower angle up on those.
Yeah, and then I think that would look a shallower angle. I think would look bad. I think it would look too flat.
Well, I don't mean a shallower angle on the roof pitch. I mean a shallower angle on the
plate itself. Yeah. What do they even have?
Well, so this one, right? So this is my tower that comes to a point, and I've covered up some of the sins with these full-sized ones, but you can see how much steeper my plate angle is. I think these are they're 6 long, so then they can be replicated with a three long wedge as well over them. But that helped at this. Of course, as soon as you start going wider, then you've got to make this part wider as well. And the steeper you go back, it's going to change what type of plate you need to use over here. But these are definitely wedge plates that don't have as sharp an angle as 45.
Yeah. So I've got there are several different size wedge plates in dark tan, which is fortunate because there's not really a ton of pieces in dark tan. There's more versatility in the wedge plates than some of the other like curved slopes and stuff like that I haven't been able to. I just start throwing these on here live.
VMAX suggests they have that larger. He's calling it a roto helicopter blade, but it is kind of a longer piece that they use for like the wings on the praying mantis and the bug set. It has a click hinge at the top, and then it kind of has a curve coming off of each side of it that will cover up a larger gap and still kind of has a bit of a Japanese architecture style to it. I'll pull one of those up because I know exactly what he's talking about.
That'll help me a lot because this is like
for that.
I did this in studio before I tried it, and like a dumbass, I had it kind of flat in the file, and I was like, oh, it worked. And then I put it on the angles, and I was like, oh, I'm an idiot. Why did I think that would work when it was obviously 45 to 45? And I've had that trouble with every other angle on this roof with these particular plates, these wedge plates, every time I've used them. So I don't know why I expected this to be different, but here we are. And it's a little frustrating just because it went together quickly. And I was like, oh, look at all the progress I'm making this week. And then I was like, oh, your progress is done. It's just totally dead in the water. I would love to see a good solution to this. And not just, I guess I'm itching tonight because every time I look at the screen, I'm scratching my body. Hey, look, we got a super. It's from Awesome Bricks. It says St. Jude is great. I agree. If you want to request a song, please let us know. Thank you for the super chat. Nate Builds is here. Thanks for being here tonight. Let's see. Liam Brick the Bed says, just finished Monday lunch. Have a great stream, everyone. Catch you on replay. Thanks for being here tonight, Liam. Nate Build says what? Oh, yep, he's just saying hi to Ostiff. Oh, that. Oh gosh, what
Yeah,
colors
so
does
something
that
like
come in?
this, might help. It's kind of a bit wider, and it still kind of has
Yeah.
taper on both sides, so it continues to look like the roof would actually come to that as well.
And like here is where he's suggesting I do that, right? Oh, here, sorry.
Yeah, apparently they're two slightly different versions
Okay.
of it, but here they are. And then the question was, does this come in dark tan?
Or does it come in dark blue or freaking white at this point? Like black? Who
White,
cares?
yes.
Yay!
Dark blue, yes, as well.
Oh, it comes in dark blue. I wonder if I have
think
any.
there are a couple other versions of this that might be a little different in size.
I think it comes in transparent.
So
What's it called? Transparent. Oh, here's a question.
yeah, several colors.
What about dark blue plates? Because I can put live building is fun. No. I still think there's got to be an angle. I think there's one different angle I haven't tried yet out of the dark tan ones, but it's not easy to find them. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I found another one of these that I need. Anyway, I will work on that.
Over the top of all that, correct?
The wing piece?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Isn't that what like here for that wing
Yep.
piece to go,
Yeah.
Ben? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Which would look good. You might be able to create something that does that without it being that actual piece. Dark blue, I don't think would be bad, and I might actually have it. Sorry, I need to use these pieces later. So I'm just gonna leave them in the water.
Yeah, there's a narrower version of that piece too. I'm looking for it quick to see if that one comes in dark tan.
Let's get this moving. I want a different angle
here it is.
Yeah, you bring that up. I'm gonna adjust the camera a little
I'll
bit.
grab that here.
Thank you, sir.
There's actually two versions of this other piece.
Oh, I didn't realize I was still up. Sorry if I'm making anybody seasick. Orion did not
come down. Of course, neither of them come in dark tan. But here's the other piece.
This is live drone footage.
Right.
So here's the other one. So it doesn't angle out quite as much.
Oh, it
does exist.
Sure it does come in gold, though, I'm sure.
Let's see.
I do like that.
Right, comes in black, red light orange, medium nougat. It does come in white. Trans orange. That's kind of fun.
That'd be fun.
And the other version of it, black, brown. That's classic brown. So this one must be an older piece.
Oh yeah, I think that was in like one of the original Star Wars Episode 1 sets.
Yeah, it was on the Anakin's pod racer, among other things.
Yellow.
So,
yeah.
I've seen those as part of a tree. Maybe.
Oh.
Elgoff says dark blue would make it look like you're trying to cover up a mistake. Well, maybe.
Perhaps.
Or it could be decorative. I mean, I think on the actual pagoda houses, they do sort of have a ridge.
I was going to
on those
say
corners.
What I would do in that case, if I put something dark blue here, I would change all of these to dark blue as well. All of the other ribs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the sake of the dark tan, I think that would be a better look for it.
Yeah, well, except we can't find the piece in that color.
Well, yeah.
BDB.
All right, so here's some more progress to the right here. I've done more brickwork to get this to connect to the waterfall, the bamboo garden here. I tore this out because it was in my way. Oh, screw it, I'll get that in later. Knocking a bunch of stuff over. This roof I think I do have where I want it. It needs to be wider, and then I'll build so it won't actually do the envelope roof thing. It'll go straight up here, and then this side will just come out, just like a little whoop, or off entirely.
You just do like a flat triangle in that corner.
Yes, a flat triangle, and then this portion of the roof will come out of that flat triangle.
Okay.
This right here will come out of it.
The vertical, yeah.
Yes, exactly. And then
I can feel that on that. That would look good.
And there's a lot of crap on the build right now, so it might be hard to see the entire composition together. I took a lot of stuff off, of course, but then I lost all my collating and sorting space. So here's where we're at with the majority of the left side of the vegetation, the rock work. I think this is all set where it's going to go, and it needs a lot of little detail work this week. And this is the week where I have to build every day, because by the time I'm here next Sunday, my plan is to show you how I box these things, which means I have to be done with it by like Friday, because then I need to go around and find cardboard and make sure that the cardboard is ready. But yeah, this is this feels a lot closer than I was last year when I was trying to get the orchard done.
Yeah.
It feels a lot closer to being actually finished, and I'm having fun doing it, which is also a nice change.
Yeah.
What do you think about?
So
I know there's not a lot done on this, but you can at least kind of tell the general shape that's going to look like. And does it look good for the tea house?
Yeah, and kind of as I was looking, there are two sort of different types of pagoda roofs that I see. So here, let me pull this up. These ones are kind of look like maybe they're more on a hexagon or an octagon, but you can see they do have these big old ridges, these very decorative ridges that run down here.
Yeah, which is initially why I bought all those blue bananas.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So if you do have some gap there, it looks like you probably still need to close it up a little more.
Yeah.
But some gap in there, you could probably try to cover with something like this, which would actually be fairly realistic.
Agreed.
The other type of roof that I see matches sort of the tea house better, which is like this one here.
Yes.
That's not what I was trying to go to.
I think I saw what you
but you can see it's got this triangular shaped roof. Anytime the house isn't square, that looks like this. So this is the type of roof that I would imagine would look and work on the tea house well.
It would be fun to show people. Oh, go ahead.
On the house, the upper roof section, if you used 1x1 snot bricks in dark tan and a line together.
What if I made a hexagon? Like use Ben's hexagon technique to get the angle I want.
Yeah, you could. That might work if it's the right angle.
What's that? Rick Dad?
How thick would that be for a roof section to put on there?
I don't know.
You could literally build the entire roof to set the roof on top of it.
Totally.
If you did that, and then it could be a free floating roof on top of it.
Yeah, I mean that's when I do these roofs, I'd make them free floating usually. This one was.
I mean, they certainly.
It's good for being able to hide stuff in them and take them off, because they're usually the tallest part. You need to take them off to move it anyway.
The entire thing is already free floating. It would be nothing for me to like make a separate roof for this, because this comes off and this comes off. This one usually comes apart unless I grab it here. Hold on. So I mean, the entire thing, it'd be easy to do that. I mean, it's kind of built. That's the language this has been built in.
I think your second camera's frozen because you were just picking those up and moving them, and it didn't even move on the screen. So it still looks nice and finished on this one.
This has happened to us before. Okay.
Yeah, but that's fine.
Right.
We can see you picking them up. I switched the things here.
Let's
see. D Bishop was saying that about using that piece as part of a tree. They were attached at the bottom and then went up and made like a tree trunk shape when you attach them all vertically, since they're tapered. They kind of go around in like a circle-y pattern. Yeah. So that might work really well.
Here's what I was trying to show you. Yeah, the entire thing comes apart. So
yes, yeah. So General Tron's Brick says, sorry, wrong person. Modular. All big things should be made modularly. So
yes, 100%.
Support there. VMAX says, what about the old palm tree trunks laid over the corners? Oh yeah, they're brown, but that would be cool, and it'd have that ridge kind of all the way down it, and you can, of course,
that would be really pretty. And I have a ton of those.
Yeah, wish they'd come in dark tan, but they stopped making that piece years ago. I don't even know if you can get them in reddish brown. I think they're all old brown.
Look it up. Did they not make it in dark tan for the Pirates 3?
They moved over to a one-piece tree trunk eventually, which kind of
but I think that was in the interim.
All right, let's look.
So
I'm pretty sure they're just brown, but
somebody else
can look, or maybe black.
They came in a few different colors. I have them in green, but I think I picked those up from when I worked at Legoland. I think
so
it was
a
a Element trade.
Yeah.
No, They're real.
Well,
They're just not available in any sets, and
not
nobody
available
cares.
in set. Yeah.
Nobody cares about special stuff.
I care. Oh, I did something else that I'm gonna have to tell you about later, Mark.
Oh, yay! Okay, it's gonna be a secret. Ooh.
Yes,
We have
a little secret between you and I. A little secret for us.
Okay. Fair enough.
I feel so left out.
I like right.
I'll tell you too, Rick Dad. It'll
Okay.
be off. It'll be off
Okay.
camera though.
I really like the idea of the palm trunks, and that may solve some of the problems that I have with the rest of the roofs. And I think I have enough of those to do it with everything. Where is that piece? We're gonna try it. We're at live building.
So they have several variations of the tree, of the palm tree trunk. First one I looked at only came in brown. Let me look at these other ones. Brown. Next one. Ooh, this one came in brown, light bluish gray, light gray, and reddish brown.
Ooh.
This one's brown and light gray. This one's brown, undetermined type brown. So the only one that came in colors other than brown were this variation that I'll pull up on screen.
Okay, I don't know why I thought it was dark tan. Maybe that was just wishful thinking.
Look at the quantities available on Bricklink with them, though.
Yeah, they're probably crazy.
I think the light bluish gray ones were probably Star Wars ships where they use them for like engines or guns or something. Who knows? What did I do with these? Hum-de-dum.
Yeah, so here's the piece.
I want to try this and I'm getting antsy.
So they came in these colors apparently. Here's all the variations. And
Okay.
these ones came in reddish brown, light gray, light bluish gray, and black. Lots of lots for sale in black, but not so many in reddish brown.
I love that I'm saying okay and I'm not paying attention to the screen at all, but I will catch it on replay.
Yeah, well, there you go.
What did I do?
Yeah, they are one. Yeah, they're not cheap. This would be a bad idea.
Well, I have a ton of the palm tree piece.
Yeah, you can only get 8 of them at a time in reddish brown, and they're $3.61 a piece, and you have to get them from Australia.
Oh dear
bricks,
Lord!
Bricks by Day, not Bricks by Dad. You can get those in the USA. Only has 8 of them and $2.79 a piece.
Yeah, I think I tried to make a GBC out of these.
Yeah.
And they're probably in a bag somewhere instead of in my sorting system, and it's also hard to see because of the uplights. Anyway, so maybe I won't be able to try this right now, but that's my favorite idea so far.
Yeah, it gives you a nice ridge right away.
Yeah, maybe they're in
not super inexpensive though.
No, I'm not worried about buying them because I know I have a lot of them. It's just finding them.
Yeah, you can probably find the ones that are in the old brown.
That's probably,
I have
honestly,
a bunch
probably
too.
The easiest, yeah.
So
I'm like sitting here with my flashlight trying to get past the uplighting. Anyway, all right, there's more for me to show you. Hold on.
There is.
All right, well, screw it.
There's more to see. What else you got, Mark?
This is the longest that we've been on me in a long time.
I know.
What happens when I build? All right, let's check out what's happening over here. Hey, look, the base is there for everything else.
Okay.
I got some
Nice.
rock work started back there. The trees are in progress. Of course, I couldn't find 2x2 dark brown slopes. I thought I bought some. I probably did, and they're just on it, like they dropped on the floor somewhere. But I got the first tree in place, and I've got the terrain sloped the way I wanted. I got another waterfall built back here, and I started the trail. You can't really see it right now because I put a bunch of pieces on it, but started my little trail here in the middle of building all the rest of the trees. I shoved this one in just to be like, look, that's what it's going to look like. And of course, I put it right in the front. But what I like about this new technique that I developed off of the existing technique that is used for the bonsai tree is it does create more of a heart shape than I initially had. So instead of a tunnel, all the leaves will kind of like point down into the middle of the path. And I'm really excited about that. I think it's cute.
Very cool.
So that's where we're at.
All right.
I'm getting so close to actually having a finished model at Brickworld this year.
And that'll make how many on the stream so far, Mark?
This will be the first thing I've completed since we started.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, 105
You've made a
episodes.
lot of progress though on several other things.
I made a lot of progress on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but this
Still
will be
like
the first
following
one.
through.
Yeah.
And that's actually, we talked a little bit about that at the beginning of the stream. That's part of like some of the mental health stuff I've gone through has been like, I I can't finish it. I don't know how to make the next step happen. And that happened a lot to me as I was going through the stuff that I went through. But yeah, there is like, now that I've got like a lot of these decisions made, there's a lot of little busy work. And that was the lesson of today, is that I was sitting here trying to copy build all these trees, and it was taking so long. And I was like, but I have instructions, and I bought pieces, but I was still running around searching for stuff. And it takes a while to get this stuff done. And I've got to make the time every day this week to finish out all these little details. Thank goodness I did the roofs last week because that is really time consuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pagoda House, everybody.
Yeah, everybody.
I'm excited that it's starting to
Layout,
look like
the
this.
build, everything looks great. The progress that's been made and continues to be made is looking wonderful.
Can't believe I completely restructured the whole thing. Looking at it, I like where where I put that fence. And yeah, I'm excited.
Mark, I need you to promise.
Gives you triple claps.
Ooh, triple claps.
Yeah.
Promise what?
I need a promise that you won't cut the railings for the bridge until Brickworld. Like literally do it at Brickworld.
That's my plan.
Okay, yeah.
We should do it live then. We'll do it
Yes.
live.
Yes.
Do it live. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt this Brink-Link reveal, but we have to do the trimming of the bridge. So
Yeah, we could 100% do that. Oh my God. It'll be an unofficial event. It'll probably happen Thursday night at 1:30 a.m.
Oof. Thursday night. We're not going to Friday.
No, as soon as my table's up and the tablecloth's down, I plan to put this out and just be like, all right, it's up.
Yeah. Al, why'd you even say this, man? He says, don't drop it in transport. Looks beautiful.
Well, we'll talk about dropping things in
jinxed
transport
him,
next
buddy.
week.
Yeah.
Hopefully I will have the time to package it correctly. Otherwise, I'm just gonna be like, Nathan, 8 p.m. on Monday, we got to drive back to my house, and we're gonna put this in your back seat, and I'll throw it in a bin when the show's over. But yeah, there we are. That's me. That's my stuff.
All right. Pretty awesome.
Does anybody else need a break?
Absolutely, we do.
All right, cool.
We'll take a break, then we'll check out the news.
before we
Make sure I
jump
hit
into
the
a
right
break,
song this
I'm
week.
actually
Yeah.
going to have to sign off because I need to head to the airport to go pick up my family.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
Gentlemen, I appreciate it. I would love to continue the segment with you guys, but
Yeah.
thank you guys for having me in this evening. Ben,
We appreciate
good to
you.
see you. Mark,
if
good
we're
to
Yes.
see you.
If we're still going when you've got your family back, feel free to jump back in.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Can we
appreciate
Been
it.
pick up
going
Thank you.
for a while.
anytime?
You're
Yeah.
welcome. Thank you. I really appreciate you dropping in tonight.
Not a problem. Thank you guys. Have a good evening. And all of the Tainted, thank you guys for being here. Don't forget to like and subscribe. See you guys later.
I try to say, sir.
A wise man once said about Mark, you think he drinks water like a great white shark. About every 60 minutes, he's gotta go. Nature calls 2, sometimes 3 times a show. Hold the stream, he'll shout and dash. The show is live, but he's off like a flash. Instead of telling him you hold the screen, Ben provides cover, the perfect team.
Yeah.
But let's get into some of the news. Do you need the bathroom break before we go?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take the bathroom break now, and then 40 minutes later, I have to take another bathroom break. Like,
First,
just like, hey, I made it 2 hours. Now it's like, well, now you're making up for lost time. So I'm gonna go. Nope, here's the right one, and I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Of course
So,
you are.
You're gonna go. Why don't you start with those? Because unfortunately, I have to use the bathroom again already.
Cool, go do it.
What's it called? What's BPH?
BPH.
Ben plays a tune 2 minutes long while the Tainted sing along. Keeps the show rolling smooth, no rush. Mark mutes his mic so you can't hear the flush.
Mark is muted. So let me unmute him.
The reason I mute myself before I go is because I like to keep listening to what's going on, but I don't want everyone to hear me pee.
Yeah, I
It's been
managed
60 minutes since I last went, so I'll mute it and I'll be listening.
Fair enough. Yeah,
You'll be listening to me.
Hey, Mark's gotta go. No interrupting. the strange flow. He'll be quick, won't take too long. He'll be done by the end of this song. Hey, hey, Mark's gotta go. Mark's gotta go. Hey, hey, Mark's gotta go.
Okay, how about that? Mark is back. And look at this. We are to the news.
Nice.
And actually, a couple of new bits of news dropped between when we wrote this up and when this became reality. In fact, there are several news sets that I don't know that we were planning to talk about that we can cover first because they don't fall in our B section here.
I know I've got, well, I can say I've got the bitch's car.
That's true. You do have the B for that.
And I don't remember what the boxy boat was.
I do. So we'll cover that.
Oh, thanks.
So okay, we can start. Let's start with this one that didn't make it to our list because maybe there's some B that we're just not thinking of that we can associate with this one.
I don't know what
But
it is.
I present first Miles Morales' mask.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good.
I just went up first as well.
Okay.
Because I pulled these up because I didn't know when you'd be in.
All right.
Because it's the one I'm least excited about, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it looks fine, but it is a lot of large panels with printing on them. I think it's fine for what it is. If you're planning to display it, I would not get this one for the pieces.
It's a no figgy, no buy situation.
Okay.
And while they've got some cool, like curved slopes in there, they do have printing on them. And so you've got to, if you want to make a space fighter out of that, it's got to be a webbed fighter.
Hopefully you're into the webs. Yeah. Amy Schultz says
thank you.
Say it was a bust, but
it's a bust.
It's not really a bust because now they actually have the busts.
Hey, no, we appreciate that. Thank you, Amy. It's the bust.
Hey,
it's
the still.
Miles Morales bust. Part usage is slick, but still nah.
Yeah,
Lego Team
looks great.
B for B says, "Yep, it's B's. You're welcome."
Yep.
It's BS.
It is BS.
They
That's
meant,
what
yes.
this one is apparently. You're welcome. Thank you. Boring. D Bishop suggests. The Bishop family says. Bishop says boring. That's what we're gonna go with on this.
Hey, I got lifestyle shots here.
Well, that's important.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh yeah, you can put it on your. I'm assuming this is a metal staircase.
It is, yes.
Yeah.
They've got pictures of the someone building it with the metal staircase in the background and our favorite carved wood art. I think. Can you click on the one?
Yeah, this is so dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you click on that one there? I think it's the one on the bottom right there. Okay. Yeah, that's a weird mushroom lamp.
Yeah. It looks like we got some stickers on some of the parts.
Oh, really?
So it might be a combination of print and sticker.
Huh.
So I don't know.
Hey, and we've got some exposed film there because are you supposed to store your film out on the shelf?
Probably.
So the sunlight can deteriorate it. I think that's how you're supposed to store it. Elgoff, that's who this is for. And we have our sketch of a ball back in there. Elgoff says, looks cool, but no thanks. It's not Batman.
Okay.
Moda says, perfectly made for the fans. True.
And I guess the one thing that I find a little
bricks
aggravating is these two next to each other. They're like exactly the same with a different coloration.
General John's bricks, they do this all the time. They, for some reason, put people sitting in front of staircases with a bunch of stuff on the staircases, including sometimes the Lego model, as you see in this lifestyle shot. I don't know why they think that's what people want or that is a selling point. Like you could put this on your metal industrial staircase in your urban loft. Elgoff says, Lego says hi. She just climbed onto my chest. Aw.
That's an animal, or at least I hope it is.
I don't know. Maybe the entire company just crawled onto his chest.
Yeah, could be. There must be one broad chest, Elgoff, for the entire company to be up on there. All right, so this one's probably our least exciting. The next one up.
The lifestyle shots are amazing, though.
We'll have to track back to those if we need to.
Hawkeye Ligament. These are all on Lego.com, by the way. If you would rather switch over there, Hawkeye Ligament says the eyes seem more like Wolverine with the black frame part of the eyes popping out. Moto says my mom threw my old Technic set when I put it on the stairs. Threw it out or threw it? Yep, thought so.
Either or both.
Kitty cat Lego. In this instance, the red. Yes, we got what you meant there, Alex Near. Yeah, this is. I can bring up.
No, I got it.
Okay, sorry.
Got it. I was just like, I thought maybe they would show up as newest because sometimes they do.
They didn't. I had to search them by number. They weren't even in the new yet.
Yeah, but when I typed in M for Miles Morales mask, it's the first thing on there.
Amy Schultz says it's all good moms would Motorola.
Went with Moto and it switched it to Motorola.
Yes, I had to say it.
Yeah, well, it did say it. All right, so here it is. Yes. So here's our gentleman friend building it. We do have the carved wood, as you mentioned, in the back.
This time it's
as
blue.
Well as
I think they painted
a bunch of old film reels. So this guy's a film buff too, or something. We have mismatched chairs as required.
He's not a film buff if that's the way he's storing them.
You're right.
Brick Orphanage says the Cruella car is a bit large at 10 wide, but beautiful.
We'll take a look at that thing here in a minute.
We're not there yet, Brick Orphanage. Moto says through it only a few times she lost it, and that was warranted. It blew up in an awesome way.
Okay.
Sorry, autocorrect. Yeah, we thought so.
Yeah.
Motorola.
So we're back with balls and weird lamps. But yeah, there you can see everything else is like well painted and maintained except these stairs, which are all like nicked up. Steel stairs. Here we've got Miles Morales with some wooden puzzle bits here.
I love this. Several different deconstructed wooden puzzles.
There are lots of places to put it around your house, apparently.
I do love that we're back with balls. And if you want to know who this is for, it's for people who live in industrial lofts with unfinished stairs that might cause tetanus.
Yeah. Makes sense to me.
That's what it's for. Hawkeye Lego Man says the red table in a room of cool color tones. Yeah.
And the mismatched chairs, because that's needed.
Red, white, and blue.
And this Cruella car, as we just saw here, $50, brand new.
$50.
378 pieces. Looks like it should be more based on its size, but it's not.
It is a giant car, but it is a great design.
I like it. I like in the series, the headlights kind of look like angry eyes.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I
just noticed that.
Yeah, I have totally loved. They've done a few different versions of this style of car. The Penguin had one in a Batman set, and I believe there was another one that was out there. I have loved every single one they've done. For whatever reason, this style car in Lego just really excites me.
I like the balloon piece as the mud guards. Generatron Bricks gives it an ooh and a noise.
Yeah, I give it both of those, but it's still way too big for the minifigure.
So Alphonse Superson generally doesn't get any Lego cars, but wants this in his city. Well, you've got to make sure you've got a giant chunky lane for this to drive down. I think the Lego train fans are going to be excited about that train engine window piece in dark red. I think that's the first time we're seeing it in that color. Superhawk is here, loves this car. Thank you for being here tonight, Superhawk. Appreciate you a lot. Like a lot. Yeah. Moto says, why aren't there more MOCs? Why aren't there more MOCs of lifestyle rooms? Then we could put a room in a room. That's the collaborative for next year. Build a 1-to-1 scale lifestyle room, Ben. We did the potion shop. We could do a lifestyle room.
Mismatched chairs. Someone would have to build the fern.
Random throws and
the
balls.
Lights. Yes, spheres, lots of spheres.
Ladder to nowhere.
Some lamps that are just weirdly shaped, mostly like mushrooms. So yes.
BMAC Tech says the Penguin car was a little better, but I'm digging this. Alphonse Superson says she just shoves all the other cars off the road to screw the sides. General John Bricks.
That is what she does in the animated movie.
Balls. Everyone's saying balls.
Yeah, there are so many
1-to-1 scale
and balls in all of these pictures. We do the artwork.
This is the Tonya of Tainted collab.
I call building the half a skateboard. Yes, Lego Team B. That was That one was a great one when they had the half skateboard in the lifestyle shot.
Oh,
We're still not convinced that was AI, but there's a strong possibility based on the half skateboard. I don't know what else to say.
I'm calling 2 balls and a bolt.
I definitely want one of the mismatched chairs.
We'll have to come
I
up
can
with
just call one chair, and then someone else can build the other one, and it'd be perfect because we'd have no idea what scale or color or look they even are.
We'll have to come up with a studio file for unlabeled books, and then everybody can just bring as many as they can build before next year's
Yes.
Brick World in different sizes and colors.
Or you can make a label for it, and we'll just flip it around backwards because that's what they do too.
They should all be labeled. Yes.
Love it, but still no Batman. Yeah, you're right. It's not
it's true.
Batman.
Yeah, it's definitely not that.
But it is really, really cool build.
Well, that is then Algoff's rating on the last 2. Hawkeye Laywan says, back when Ninjago came out with the skeleton monster truck, I just had it take up both lanes of the old road plates. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sometimes you gotta.
Ninjago's definitely made some oversized cars. I think the other thing that people like about this is that it is minifig versus mini doll.
Yeah.
They're doing a few more of those. They're slowly doing more of those than the mini dolls. And so now we have Cruella as this version as well.
Alphonse Soup Person says, it sounds like a mock with forced perspective where each chair, table, and other items are all in slightly different scales.
That's probably the Lego lifestyle shot for sure anyway. Okay. And then you want to see the boxy boat because you forgot what it was.
Yeah, where are the lifestyle shots for Cruella's car?
Oh, yeah, let's get to that.
Oh no. Oh no.
There are some. Here's the skateboard is returned.
It's full this time though. So
Yep,
that's
it's a
the
full
wrong skateboard. She does have a helmet. She's a responsible skateboarder.
She's two different shades of denim though.
No, she's hip and she's got a Dalmatian pillow. She's
Yeah.
hip. She has Polaroids all over the place.
Yep. 'Cause that's what the kids do these days.
General John's Brick says the swishy fenders always look slick. Yeah, agreed. The balloon, hot air balloon part.
Yeah. So we don't have a
flew
ton.
through that.
Yeah, we don't have a ton of lifestyle shots. We have a few of our favorite tropes.
Is that
We got
step
the iPad.
in the set? Is that step part of the set?
Hard to say from here, but I'm going to go with no because it never has been.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right.
And literally all of the other ones, it's never actually been a step in there. So why would this be any different?
Okay, Lego Man says, I see she turned her puppy into a pillow.
Yes. Not a coat,
Points.
but a pillow.
Points for Hawkeye Lego Man.
Yes. So there we have it. I assume here in this picture, she's sitting on the floor and she has her elbow on an ottoman.
I think you are correct. And I believe it's pronounced Audubon.
The Autobahn.
Yeah.
It's an ottoman in every case, unless you're holding a car, then it becomes an Autobahn.
I mispronounced Abaddon.
Okay. Sounds good.
That's a family inside joke, and my family's not watching, so I don't know why I threw it in there, but
I said sounds good. Just going with it. Okay, so the boat that you forgot is this one.
Oh,
Boxy
right.
boat.
Yeah. It is rather boxy.
Yeah.
B for boxy boat.
So they did a Lego contest for ideas, like they did the love one for Valentine's Day. They've done a few different ones. This one was, I believe, called something like Twist of Nostalgia. There it is. Says it right down there.
Yeah.
And this is the one that won, which is a remake of the Sea Serpent. And here's the Sea Serpent. I have this sale somewhere.
Which is a great set.
And
Nostalgic.
then they remade it into this one. It's going to be a GWP, unfortunately.
With what? We don't know.
We don't know. We don't know when or if it'll look just like this. We also don't know what sort of torsos or shields they'll be giving us for these either.
Right. So the Bishop family says Otter Man looks like a Lego head. Are they talking about me? Do I look like a Lego head to them?
The ottoman is shaped like a minifig head, sort of.
Ottoman. Yeah, no, it's definitely shaped exactly like a minifig head. Al Goff says, you're sick, Hawkeye, love it. Jonathan Brick says, have the original Sea Serpent. So do I. So does Ben.
Yeah. I mean, I've got the sale sitting around for sure. I definitely had this set.
I did like the set. I thought it was exciting because they were coming out with the castle ship. I don't know if this is the first ship in the castle line, but I I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, they don't have a
Yeah,
ton of
oars.
ships in the castle line.
They don't.
They've definitely kind of steered clear of that. They had a smaller version before the Sea Serpent. They had like a treasure boat. It was kind of similar to the Sea Serpent. Maybe the Sea Serpent itself was kind of a bit of a remake, but they didn't have oars at the time.
They didn't have
so
that.
everyone
It was spears.
was paddling with spears.
All right, pop quiz. What's the best castle boat that they ever produced?
They have a troll warship.
Yes, sir. You are correct. Hey, you win.
So we got that one.
You passed.
But yeah, there haven't been a lot. Seafaring hasn't really been a major focus.
Knights Kingdom 2 had several, but they were weird. Jazzy Viking Brick says, yes, if you want to be a Viking, go sailing, not hiking.
All right. Thank you. I mean, you would know. It's in your name.
Yep. Alphonse Soup Person says, Lego fans hoping they do updated scale mail and bring it to some other set, not GWP exclusive. Parse this out for me. Do you understand what he means?
So he's talking about the chainmail.
Scale mail.
Scales. So they have this old version. They do, the Griffin Knights do have a pretty solid chainmail pattern on that.
Yeah.
In the new gumball machine, the vending machine one.
General Tron's,
so there are some stuff out there.
General Tron's bricks. I don't disagree with this comment, but my question was, what castle line ship?
Yeah.
And that was a Viking line ship. That was a very cool boat, though. Helikoff says, I want me likey.
Yeah, they also did
ringing endorsement, but it's even though it's not Batman, he wants it.
Yeah, they did in the Lord of the Rings. They had the mercenary boat.
Oh, that was badass.
That had the triangular shaped sails. That one wasn't bad.
Yeah, but that was Lord of the Rings, not
It was Lord of the Rings. Yeah. But that was kind of cool too.
That's not the game, Ben.
Yeah. Do we have a banner for that? If we don't, we should.
We definitely do.
So there we go. So that was the boxy boat. Do you want to take over on the other ones we got here?
Sure. What would you like to talk about next?
Let's talk about the stupid shoes.
All right, I'm there.
All right.
Give me a minute. I'm not there. Sorry.
But you will be.
Window.
You will.
Oh, whoops. Now it is. So there we have it. $99.99 for the Nike Dunk X Lego set. It is, let's see, 1,180 pieces. So we're good on price to parts.
Yeah, not bad.
It's got a minifigure.
It does. Who is bonkers, by the way. He scares the crap out of me.
I think it's cute.
Oh, I can't handle that perfectly round head.
I like anthropomorphic things, though, and it's funny to me.
Man, I don't know. What do you think of the rest of the set, though?
All right. In a moment, because Alphonse Soup Person says they just need to not make this GWP, make it like the Blacktron new set. I like that Alphonse has corrected us before to just call him Alphonse, but I can't not call him Alphonse Soup Person because that's an awesome name. VMAC Deck says, see me rolling in my longboat. You'll go out of control. Got a heavy metal Viking soul. I don't recognize the song. Brick Dad Build says stupid shoes for sure. Brick Dad Builds is in the chat. Aren't you driving? Algoff says Pirates, Batman, and Castle. General Ton's Brick says had to recheck, but King's Oarsman item number 6017. Brick Dad Build says 2 actual styles of shoes, wearable only in kid sizes. Oh, that they're coming out with the Nike line. So let's take a look at these.
The yellow shoes.
Yeah, they're very yellow. Why do they keep doing that with these basic colors? So here we have it. Here's the dunk. Is the first Nike crossover set. I gotta say, I actually really like the shoe.
Okay. I also think that like the greenish color, whatever color green that is, we don't talk about colors on the lifestyle.
Spring yellowish green.
Spring yellowish green on these shots.
100%.
The frame looks pretty cool as well, at least at this angle. But I mean, that's about it. I don't know if I like the composition overall.
I don't.
The basketball is a lull sphere, and I don't really like that either. So I don't know. I mean,
I feel like
fine
they wanted,
for what it is, but I'm not interested.
I feel like they really wanted to make this an Air Jordan set, but they just couldn't get the rights. And so they're like, it's Dunk.
Yeah.
Okay.
There might be some people who are into this. I don't know.
Who are they?
But Good question. Do we have lifestyle shots?
Ooh, let's check. I heard a complaint on ACOB that I didn't bring up ACOB or Superhawk when I did the sponsors earlier. I talked about Superhawk being a great sponsor getter.
It's true, you did.
Let's see. I don't think it needs to be a pair. Is my point. They said on ACOB that they wish it was a pair of shoes, and I'm like, I'd be fine with just one.
The Adidas Superstar one was just one shoe too.
I'm not going to be wearing them. So yeah, it does stuff.
Oh,
First of all,
you've got
you can store your paperclip and your AirPods.
Okay, why not? And you can change the laces color, and you can store the laces in the front.
Yes,
yeah.
You can. And this is where this man lives.
Yeah, he lives in the heel of your shoe. I think that makes him more terrifying, quite honestly.
I don't know why I'm gendering it or them, but I mean, it does. I think it has pecs. Let's see. It has a basketball head. This shoe is for.
This kid. This kid loves sports. His whole life is just sports. He's got basketball. He's got 2 skateboards. He's got hockey sticks.
Wait, does he have 2.5 skateboards? Because I see orange wheels and white wheels, and the orange wheels are on the opposite side.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, and he has mismatched seating.
Duh.
He has neon tubing.
Obviously.
Just hanging on the wall with all of his books faced the opposite way.
Of course.
He lives in a loft. Is there a railing back there? Is there? No. That's a bookcase.
Yeah.
But there is a railing back there.
There's a partial railing back there, so we're not sure.
Your phone is near your microphone, by the way. I hear it notify
buzzing.
You. I do.
And it's on the desk. Actually, the problem is my wristwatch buzzes. Shouldn't have been that loud, but you heard it. So
this is a 10-year-old boy in a college dorm, is what this is.
Yeah.
He also has he also has Polaroids.
Okay, that's what all the kids are into.
I mean, they should put the Ideas Polaroid camera in there and try to sell that if they think that's what the kids want.
Lego shirt too. It's like the first time we've seen a kid wearing a Lego apparel.
Also, there's a Nike swoosh on it, so I think they may be selling this somewhere. And they're probably going to sell as well because it's the swoosh and a Lego brick.
All right, good call.
That's where you put it.
Yep,
that's
on
definitely
your wireframe shelf thing.
That's not even a Polaroid; it's a postcard. Or he took a Polaroid of graffiti. I don't know what's happening.
Maybe
artwork.
Maybe it's a Polaroid of a postcard.
This neon tube. Oh, it's probably just like a string light.
I think I blew your mind.
It's a Polaroid of a postcard?
Yeah.
You did. No, my mind was blown because you know what happened? I didn't hear you at all.
No, you didn't. That was registered. That happens with us.
Are those stanchion ropes back there? So Brick That Build says shoe collectors are big for this. Okay. Al Goff says nothing there I need. And again, it's not Batman.
Not Batman. Yeah.
It's an overgrown hat. I'm an overgrown hobbit.
Okay. Maybe he's got gigantic hairy feet so he can put on sweet kicks even if he wanted to.
All right. So General Tom's Brick says I'm not a shoe person. Is this better than the Adidas set? Maybe. I don't know. Is it? What do you think?
It was fine, but it was just a shoe. This has got more to it, but
is it necessary?
No.
Brick That Build says shoe looks good compared to the Adidas mid-size version already done.
It's got some more function on it.
Amy Schultz says, "Is it for basketball players? It's for Nike fans."
It looks like he plays basketball.
I think they're definitely
other sports.
Maybe that was a sarcastic question because it does seem to be a very heavily basketball. They're shoving down our throats here.
He's got the mini hoop on the wall there. I see several more balls on the shelf behind him. So,
Hawkeye Lego Man says the real question is he wearing Nikes?
Oh, 100% he is.
Let's see.
He must be.
Well, they're suspiciously hiding his feet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a weird place to put that. Can't say I recommend that.
No, I feel like it might fall.
It's a little dangerous.
Well, there's his feet.
He's wearing no shoes.
Yeah,
no
it looks like just socks. Yeah. But look, he found the creepy basketball man.
He did. These two agree he's creepy now.
Well, and look, you can even how would that work?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can because it's Lego, but that real laces would not work that way, unless there's a gradient on the laces.
Why does he have 2 rolls of tape on that table? I shouldn't judge. I have random stuff on my table too, but Yesterday I had a drill on the table, for Pete's sake.
What a great idea. I'm covering my subs run into a dorm. Sunroom? I'm converting
my sunroom into a dorm.
It's like a game show.
That's what we think you meant, Moto.
Guess what the chat actually said? It's like password. Kid shirt is a Nike Lego shirt, aka apparels. Yep. Nick and Brick says, I don't see any shoes in the lifestyle shot. Yep. We found that. Hi, Nick. Nick and Bricks, by the way. Thanks for joining us tonight. It's overdone with the dunk logo.
Room is another suggestion.
Ooh. Oh, perhaps.
Yeah.
I liked dunks for shoes, just couldn't afford them. Oh, okay. So dunks are a Nike brand. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know that. Sun's
room and Moto confirms.
Into a dorm. Okay. Wrapping hockey sticks. I did think it was some sort of
electrical tape, though.
It doesn't. Not to me.
But who knows? It doesn't look like hockey tape. That's for sure.
The circle in the middle of electrical tape is smaller.
Okay.
It looks like medical tape, really.
Maybe some of it. It looks plasticky, the yellow one at least. I don't know why we're talking about that. Let's move on.
I don't know. It's important.
It is. Is that step on the iPad the right step? Or a step at all in this set? Nobody knows.
Oh, over here?
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Nobody knows.
I wouldn't say no to the set for the colors, really.
Yeah.
I do like the shoe.
I think it's fine.
Dunks are the same shoe as the first Air Jordans, but other colors. Well, there you go.
I just don't know that I would buy it. Oops. I definitely wouldn't display this. That's all I can say. Right. Look what we have here. $130, 1,200 piece ball rock.
B for Biff.
Rings.
Well, looky what we have here.
Looky. Yeah.
It's 1,201 pieces for $130. Did you already say that? Sorry. I'm so sorry.
I just said, yep.
I was just like, wait a minute. This sounds familiar.
Uh-huh.
So there we have it. Look there. It's your favorite part of the set. The ball rock itself.
Uh-huh. Which is pretty much the only thing you should get this for. Though I'm guessing that's only about, I don't know, 200 pieces of the 1,200 piece set.
I think you're right.
Because most of it is piled up into these pillars.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see here. Alpha suit person says, my wallet says, ouch. And then some other things.
Ouch, my balls is what he said.
Love the pillars and crossbeam design. Yeah, the design's great, but super parts intensive, which makes this thing expensive as all get out and yet very hollow. I also think they did a good job with the coloration, like the ombre effect they did to make it look like there's, he's casting like light behind him.
The shadow, yes. The forced perspective, yep.
But
the quote, have they done this with the other book nooks? Do they have random quotes from the movies? Not that this is a random quote, any quote from a movie. This is a very specific quote for this specific moment.
Yeah, they've put the little quote plaques on like dioramas before. So they had one on the Padre set, for example, and they had one on one of the Yoda dioramas for Star Wars. So they have used those every now and again.
What is that?
That is my wife making announcements on the elect.
Oh, okay. Hawkeye Lego Man says, I feel like we just had this is TWP for the tower, right?
Yeah.
No.
We had that one had the Nazgul, but the wings in this set, I believe, are reprints of the Nazgul wings. So those Nazguls were super expensive.
Yeah.
To buy on a secondhand market.
And they also sat on a plinth or something, right?
I don't remember what they were on. I have it, but I didn't open it because they were, ridiculously expensive on the secondhand market. But now you could probably get these wings on Bricklink. Maybe the price will drop and just build one yourself or something.
Alphonse Superson says, also between the wings and the Nazgul torso that was on the Europe Pick-a-Brick for months and USA periodically over the last year, most of the Felby's GWP is already available.
There you go.
It's prescient. How about that? Yeah. Nick and Brick says, we had the flying Nazgul for the tower. Thank you. Yep. Brick Orphanage says, looks like the background is worth it because the ball rock is a bit dependent on specialized parts. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the two printed half slopes for the face. So I don't know. I mean, yeah.
Jazzy Viking Brick says there's a rebrickable out for this set that is a lot more substantial and looks like the scene. Okay.
Okay.
If you got the link, go ahead and drop that in the chat. We'll put it up. Oh, here, it's me. I'm like, why aren't you moving to different pictures? Here we go.
Why am I not? That's a good question.
The whip is funny to me.
Yeah. That's kind of stupid.
The whip's a little limp. The whip is a little limp, I meant. Lou is here. Good evening, Lou. Thanks for joining us.
Limp whip.
Limp whip. Hawkeye Legman says, I wasn't giving strong implications that they did. I was having a Mandela effect. Oh, were you? Okay. I thought you were making a joke. Algoff says it would be parts for me. Same. VBack Tech says, feel like the Balrog isn't as flamey as it should be.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, these are kind of like parasitic worms here crawling up the walls.
And on the Balrog himself, it's just like on top of his head, and that's about it.
It's a flame mohawk.
Yeah.
Nick and Brick says that fire sucks.
Harsh.
General John's Brick says, yeah, the wings should practically be dripping with fire.
Yeah, I guess,
Yeah.
Can't build your Nazgul with them then, though. So here we go.
Right.
I guess, having recently worked on a dragon, like finding wings the right size and type that you want is difficult. And they've done like a number of different patterns and colors and styles and materials to do all these.
Yeah.
So I really don't like the ones that I found in the various Ninjago dragons that are that cellophane-y, plasticky material. I don't know how else to describe it, that have flame patterns on them. I'm like, I can't reuse these very easily.
Yeah.
So I kind of appreciate that the wings aren't fire wings, so I can use them for something else, but they might not be greatly accurate to the source material.
Brickdad Build says harsh but facts. Hakalegaman says snake fire.
Snake fire.
Yeah, so I thought,
I'm a fan of this piece right now.
I thought parasitic worms, but hey,
Yeah.
Yeah.
There he is.
It looks bionically here.
A little bit.
Rawr, I'll kill you.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a ton of bionicle parts. He has a few. But
No, I know. He just looks bionicle
bionically.
scale-ish. Yeah,
I get it. Yeah.
Like I think he should be. I think the perspective is even off between him and Gandalf.
Yeah. I think the issue is hashtag don't creature. I don't creature. So I don't know. I can't look at this and be like, this is what I would change or do better. I tried to make a flaming Balrog-y guy once back in the day and it was terrible. So
yeah. I also don't like the printed face, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure
they could have done better with this.
I'm sure it's efficient to do it that way, but yeah.
But it's a book nook for some reason, so
I know.
Maybe they'd put more effort into it if they were going to make a Balrog creature set.
Yeah.
They were like, hey,
they could do
good job for a book nook.
$130 Balrog set that was just a Balrog and a Gandalf and no other scenery. If they made it 1,200 pieces, everyone would be all over it. This one, I'm kind of just like, am I going to get it? Well, there's an okay chance. Though I'll keep the Balrog and everything else will just be parts because I have no reason to keep this together as a book nook.
He does look more flamey here while it's closed, but it doesn't look like the flame is coming off of his wings. It looks like it's coming up from the ground. VMAC Tech says 71753 wings would be better. Oh, I know those.
Sure. Yep.
Lou says, if I ever form a Limp Bizkit cover band, I'm maybe a Limp Whip.
Limp Whip. Yeah, that's what he does look like he has. I also don't like that it's regular orange. Could they have done that in trans orange? Maybe it wouldn't be possible with the material types.
I don't think it would be.
But that would have matched so much better than this. And the other thing that people have pointed out is, at that part in the scene before he goes over the cliff, he's actually carrying a giant sword, and you could definitely produce that
with flames coming out
a lot better. Yes.
I'm sorry. This picture is hilarious to me because it looks like he's like, this is for his influencer account where he's like
doing some sort of little dance.
He's taking some hot selfie and been like, Balrog thirst trap. Like, yeah.
He looks like he's hopping on one foot. He's doing the latest dance craze on TikTok.
The face is a little bit better to me here right now.
Yeah,
actually,
with the mouth open like that.
Seeing all the teeth, yeah.
Yeah. There's the book nook in book nook fashion. Oh man.
Another spool of twine. Jazzy Viking Brick says, I don't know for sure, but I'm I think it's blocking the links. Oh, to the rebrickable. Okay.
All right.
VMAC Tech says if only there was some type of machine you could type those numbers in on a tab already on said machine. Open.
He wants us to look up the wings.
I know. I'm busy. Thirst Trap Balrog.
I'm clearly not busy. I'm not doing anything like streaming.
Coping Millie Bobby Brown dance. 71753.
Millie Bobby Brown dance? I didn't even know. I probably should have.
It's this stupid carved artwork again in a different color. What are they doing? Just repainting it for every lifestyle shot? G-Bus. Oh, he's so happy. And what is his... He's got a Lego Botanical tattoo. He loves this. He loves books, and he loves this. Oh, he's peeing. Oh, my God. Balrog is taking a fire piss on Gandalf. That's all I see right here. That is what's happening in this picture. They did not send this to anyone outside of their marketing department to say, like, does this look okay? Because no, it doesn't.
Yeah. Tell him he's wrong, right? Because he's not. All right. So here's the wing that VMAC is pitching. And I think that this is a good choice when I get to it here. They are cloth as opposed to that cellophane material. Yeah. I got to remove you, though.
Oh, I can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I agree. I 100% agree with that. And so here down for other resources, Jazzy Viking Bricks is telling you how to find the rebrickable file that she was talking about.
Yeah.
Can't talk tonight.
Yeah, so that wing would work pretty well. But who knows?
You shall not pee. Well, and
you shall not pee, asked.
You shall not piss. There we go. That's what it is.
You shall not piss. There you go.
All right.
There's some books spine up. Yeah, but they had no writing on them.
How do we know?
All the other ones, they had flipped over or completely on their side.
Journal-Tron's Brick says, laughed my ass off. Somebody saw the second Ghost Rider movie. I haven't.
They do have the Ghost in one of the Ghost Rider sets. They have a chain.
Oh.
In Trans Orange. That.
Oh, yeah.
Would have been better for this whip, quite honestly. Mm-hmm. Even though it's a chain.
Yeah, but it would hurt to pee a chain.
It's true.
Like that.
I guess, and it wouldn't. It wouldn't like sort of hold its shape when he's like bringing it up to whip it or whatever. But it's
see a doctor. You know? See a doctor when that's your whip. Okay. Algoff says Balrog cancer fighting Gandalf. Float on. Doesn't anybody get this? I don't. Balrog cancer fighting Gandalf. I don't. Alphonse, do you, Ben?
No.
Okay.
No.
Alphonse Soup Person says the problem with the rebrickable one is it's 3,200 parts, so it doesn't help with the price, though it is better.
Okay.
Jesse Viking says should probably get that checked out. Yeah, seriously. Go ahead, Ben. You were saying about this.
Yeah.
You were saying something and I cut you off. I felt bad.
No, I was just thinking Al's comment probably has something to do with peeing fire. But that's all I got, so I don't know.
Maybe he'll tell us. Should probably get that. Wait, Brick That Build says, why do we need book nooks when Lego doesn't stack books, right?
I know.
I think the sword from the Thor versus Surtur set could work for the Balrog.
Yeah, so that set, the actual character from that kind of looks like a Balrog.
I'm pissing
and
fire.
He does have a fiery sword. So like he would have been a great choice for this.
This picture convinces me to buy it.
Yeah.
Now I want it.
But you gotta get the light to like shine through it to make it look decent. If it's not shining through it or the thing's closed in Book Nook, it won't look like this, you know?
I don't care. I want it.
Right.
Let's see. Lou says, nope, never mind. I saw a movement down there, but it was just me switching my screen probably. There's not even books near that. Well, there are books near. There's one book near this, too.
Yeah.
So you're just supposed to put it on a bookshelf, open 45 degrees on each side, 33 degrees, whatever.
Yeah. So let me bring this one up.
Not even consistent.
I think Al is 100% right in that this particular set, to me, is basically if you moved those horns so they looked more like the Balrog horns, he's dang Balrog.
Yeah.
He's already kind of fiery, and then we've got that multicolored molded sword there, which would translate over to this Balrog pretty dang easily. So every time I see the set, I'm like, oh, it looks like a mini Balrog. I mean, that's what I think. Apparently he has an actual name and people know it. But that's what he looks like. And he's kind of got like the flaming pattern on the chest. He's got the same shoulders as the Balrog. He's, more flamey looking than the Balrog is.
Alphonse Superson has a good guess here. It's a common side effect of chemo is your urine burning coming out as you are literally peeing out the cancer cells. At least that is what Hank Green told us. Okay. B Mac Attack says you have to put the book nook in backwards in your book. So, check out the butt. Check out the Balrog butt. And we don't have a Balrog butt picture. General Tom's Brick says, not me. Ghost Rider was peeing flames. Laughing my ass off. Has nobody seen that? I have not. Hawkeye Man says, when are they going to release the buildable instructions shelf and plot twist? It only fits the one that the set provides. Buildable instruction shelf. I don't follow the entire joke.
Buildable
I can't see it in my head.
Instruction shelf. I guess it's maybe like a book nook for instructions. I have no idea.
Neither do I. But it only fits the instructions for the set that it came with.
That it comes with.
Which would be funny. It's a stretch. My mind was not there, so apologies if that's funnier than I realized. Brick That Build says aftermarket lighting companies are drooling to add lights to this. Algoff says no. It was an old singing group. Said their name, sign in what they liked. I think they were called the Floaters.
What they like. I think they were called the Floaters. Okay.
So their name.
So my name is Balrog.
Oh, sign. He said cancer. Cancer is a sign. And what they liked. Okay, so let's go back to this.
Oh, my name is Gandalf.
Cancer.
My name is Balrog.
Balrog. I'm a cancer. I like fighting Gandalf.
Gandalf, float on. Then the next person would do theirs.
And now we know the joke. And now we're gonna have to make it a game sometime.
No, so then this guy would be like, I'm Saltar. I'm a Sagittarius. I like lukewarm hot dogs. Float on.
We're doing this after Brick World. Because I can't bring myself to make it funny next week. I don't think we're doing silliness next week, to be honest.
Actually, it's Surtur, apparently, according to Lou. And I believe Lou because
I was one of the 12 people that watched that film, General Trons. Bricks. Yeah, he's one of the 12 people who saw whatever Ghost Rider 2.
Say.
General Trons Brick says, I realize the movie is bad. Yes, but it was funny bad to me. Bishop Family says they are out. Apparently, they're sick of jokes about peeing fire.
Okay.
I guess I said pissing fire several times. So if we offended you, I apologize. But hopefully, we see you again soon. Hopefully, you're just tired. Speaking of pissing fire, I have to go to the bathroom soon. Hey, you came down. Hi. She hasn't come down all day. She was like, he's in massive build mode. Like, he's scaring me. But now she's here and she's sleeping and she's sleep groaning.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. Orion joined me.
Nice.
She vacated the basement all day. I was like, I'm so sorry. I really felt like an abusive dog dad.
Yeah.
They're just tired. Yay. They don't mind us talking about pissing fire. Yay. Good.
No.
Thank you.
And Twee were out, not just we.
Oh.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Hey.
Okay.
I have to use the bathroom.
Did we get all of the new sets?
I don't know. Did we?
Well, let's see here. Our list was books and Balrogs. Yes. Boxy Books. Yes. Bonkers Basketballs. Yes. Oh, Build-A-Fig. We haven't talked about that yet.
Oh, we haven't. Can I use the bathroom in the meantime anyway?
Yes. I'll bring those up while you're working on that.
Okay. Do you want me to play a song or do you just want to bring them up?
I'll bring them up.
Okay. Bye.
So we're going to go to old Jay's Brick blog here because they have new minifig parts for Build-A-Fig if you happen to be near a Lego store. And they release them every quarter, is it? So every 3-ish months they refresh and add some new parts. They've done several parts that go along with a theme that had recently come out or that was in development for a while. They had a bunch of space stuff after the space minifigs came out. So they've also done a number of castle figures here and there, and a lot of the castle ones that have gone up on Build-A-Mini have been really popular. Like they had the silver or the crimson colored falcon torso that a lot of castle builders really got into. They also had some not black falcons. They had some, you can see Orion wandering around down there. Hi, Orion. They also had some Lion Knight pieces over time. And it looks like this quarter, they are going heavily into dreams. So here are some of the parts that they're releasing. So there's sort of a dreams sub theme going on here, but I think probably some of the parts that people are going to be really interested in Al, maybe you'll appreciate this. They have a nice looking pirate torso and pants and legs. And then maybe that torso kind of reminds me of the one from the Imperial Trading Post captain. It looks kind of like a reddish orange coat with a nice little piratey neckerchief there. You've got a dual colored parrot as well. So that's one of the ones I think a lot of people will be into. And then probably another thing a lot of people will like is we have a classic space torso in this light blue color. Though I believe his hands are still yellow. So they didn't bother giving him the right color gloves. They also don't have the light blue air tanks or helmet, but at least we got something there. We also have maybe a recolor, but it looks like we've got the balloon animal dog in trans green, and that looks like a trans lighter, like a neon green maybe. We've got a sort of blob head thing, slime that goes over this torso, which looks kind of like a wrestling champ of some sort, because he's got a belt on in the middle and like a spandex or tank toppy shirt. Like maybe it's part of his wrestling trunks there. And then I suppose the other two that probably are going to draw some attention are this guy that kind of looks halfway like a werewolf or beast figure in blue with the ripped shorts, and then the hair in particular on this last girl with the pink minifig skirt with the translucent hair. Let's see here. Al confirms he does like the pirate. I thought you would. I think it looks pretty good too. They like the skirt in pink. So two people mentioning, well, the same person mentioning the recolor. I love the hair from Izzy. Love it. Yeah. So they've got that one over here in this. I like to call this nebula colors. There's another YouTuber I sometimes watch, one of the tech ones, and he describes the purple and pink sort of color scheme as being, I don't know, outer space nebula. It's a sort of a lighter version with a lighter blue and then a lighter purple color hairpiece on it that looks really cool. Lou says, I'm really excited for the new color classic space outfits coming out soon. Yeah, so we've got teal and gold in the vending machine, and now we have this light blue one here in this series.
Yeah, apparently that light blue one was supposed to be in the Gamer Tower set, which was canceled.
So they probably had a bunch of the torsos. Maybe several of these torsos might be from that.
It's odd to me that nowadays they would develop a set that leaked pictures but wasn't produced.
Yeah,
perhaps they're going through some changes. I don't know. It's an odd thing to me to see a set today that would not be. They'd be like, never mind on.
And I don't know if they were just like, oh, we've got too many crowded up in here. But if they were producing enough parts for the minifigs, it seems like, it should have been good to go. But who knows? Maybe that says something about what's happening to Dreams in the future. I hope not. But
yeah. That's what scared me. Lego Team B says all very cool parts, but it's completed figs. They seem like a hot mess. Yeah, that might be the point. Is just get the parts you want.
Yeah,
I don't know for kids.
I guess that's it for build a minis. You don't have to build them this way.
Yeah,
I think the pirate's pretty well completed, though.
I would say I don't see how else they would go together necessarily. Did you see last week's episode where we had some hot mess figures? Alphonse Superson says I have a mock planned with all the space torsos I have, brick suits and monocolor. Everyone is awesome. Predicted this light blue, or is that predicated? Predicted this light blue torso as it's already in monochrome and brick suit. General John Brick says transparent satin lavender. Yeah, that might be what the color of the hair is there, but it's actually two colors because it looks like it's like a lighter blue in some places and then a purpley color, a lighter purple color in some other spots. Yeah. So here we go. They have brick suits without corresponding space are bright green, reddish orange, missing brick suits, white, light bluish, dark blue, black, pearl gold, reddish brown. I don't know what a brick suit is. So I guess I don't either. I don't know. Yeah. I heard from the Lego Store employee that Dreams has been a terrible seller. Really? The show has low ratings.
They're great looking sets though, and they've made several waves. So I don't know.
Yeah, and they seem to be coming out with more.
Mm-hmm. Mini with a 2x4. Oh. So minifigures that have the 2x4 size brick suit thing.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Alphonse Superson says brick suit is the minifigure. Yes, thank you.
Yep.
He said it twice. Sorry. I was trying to be helpful.
Making sure we understood. Yes. We are kind of dumb sometimes, for sure.
I think it's a 2x3 brick, but that's okay.
Whatever. But there we have it. So those are what we can find. They're already out. They're supposed to be there June 1st and onward. I already saw some last time I was at the Lego store, which was last week.
Okay.
They already had some in the in the build a mini section. So probably start finding these pretty much instantly if you're by a Lego store.
Yeah.
So there you have it.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna scroll past him here quick. He's got like a silver beard, like a metal beard.
Yeah.
Oh. Blue face with the bunny.
I like that.
That one's kind of funny.
That could be its own faction.
Yeah. Dark blue spaceman. So there we go. So lots of cool stuff coming out.
Alphonse Superson says it's the internet nuance is dead. And Brick Orphan says dreams are very creative, but a Rainbow Warrior palette is unappealing. Plus, the themes are incoherent. That's sad.
I don't know.
It's not like Time Twisters or Time Cruisers.
I think they have a lot of independent sets that are great, and maybe it is an issue of people aren't into the theme as a whole.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Hal.
Several sets where I've just been like, "Man, that set's awesome," you know.
Let's see. Dreams, Lego sets, and what are the show's ratings? I'm checking with Hal.
Okay.
Hal helped me out when I was wondering how the Animal Crossing sets were doing, and apparently they're doing well, according to Hal.
Okay. I am going to go and change my shirt.
Oh, okay.
So you want to play a song?
I do. I'll pick one. How long do you think that'll take you?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Okay, so.
Nope.
That's not a song.
It's not a song. All right. I saw 2 minutes and I was like, there it is. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me find a good. Here you go. One of your favorites.
Larry's castle stood so tall, we all sat in awe. Think outside the blocks gave a round of applause. Proud and inspired, Larry showed the grand hall. Physics took over, we all watched the grand fall. Bricks fail, crashing dreams to the ground. In that moment, silence was the only except for Mark screaming, no, 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 no. Troy was grabbing a beer, hey, what happened, bro?
Yes, I pulled a moto.
No, you didn't.
I did. Under the castle. So dragons live here, right?
Oh my god, yes.
Level 1 dungeons. We got kitchens. This is a double high. This is the grand hall.
No, 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 no.
Like the grand hall.
I believe everything happens for a reason, and maybe this reason is for you to rebuild it better, bigger and better.
Shut up, Troy. My castle just fell. There's only 6 weeks to go. I'm in a full hell.
All right. right,
Yeah.
I'm back. And look.
Oh, you changed your Brick World shirt. I didn't wear any branding shirts today except for the White Sox.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, it's close and I don't have time to go change.
Yeah. Well, I came rolling in right from the burials wearing my funeral clothes.
Oh.
And this room is the only room in my entire house that doesn't have air conditioning.
Oh, boy.
And the temperature outside's not horrible, but I was wearing a shirt
great.
and an undershirt that had a collar on it and pants. I was getting a little warm there for a second.
I hope you took the pants off then.
Well,
Hawkeye Ligament says,
that's between me and
the desk.
And, you know, whatever.
Hawkeye Ligament says, only the best. V MacTech says, the show is awesome, but a lot of the built characters in the sets are ass, the Manticore and Zion especially. Algoff says, so did he build it back better? He did. He definitely did.
He did build it back better, yes.
We need to make that. I need to get a picture of that for him actually for opening ceremonies. Alphonse Two Person says part of Dream sets have been great and appeal to kids. I think like their treehouse. Yeah, the treehouse is terrible, and that stable. I like the stable. However, they don't have the cross appeal like the Friend sets that keep getting mocked. Okay, I think they're great. I love them. And Hal thinks it's doing fine, but I think a Lego store manager would know better how the Dream sets are selling than Hal does.
It's probably true.
So what's next on our agenda tonight?
Good question. We were going to talk about Best Buy, in air quotes, far.
Yeah.
So I guess that meant several plays on words there. But the big thing we wanted to talk about was June 1st releases just came out. Let's take a look back at 2025.
Yeah.
And say, hey, of what's come out this year, what do we think our sort of top 3 sets are?
Yeah.
And so that's what we did. At least that's what I hope we did. I am going to say that when I bring up my 3, maybe some surprises in there, maybe not. But when I bring them up, I definitely want the Tainted to engage and tell me what I may have missed or how stupid I am.
Yeah.
And we'll take a look at some of the other sets the Tainted remember from this year that they think are great. And maybe something can get knocked off my podium here. Maybe my final 3 will look completely different than what I have now.
So Hawkeye Lingman says Dreams gave us the best tree piece. What are you talking about? You better not mean the slimy tongue piece.
Slimy tongue,
because that is the worst piece ever produced by Lego. So I'm curious, Alex, what tree piece is that you mean? That's the best tree piece that Dreams gave us. Curious.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that one or he means the mini slimy tongue, whatever we call it, the other leaf piece.
The coated tongue or whatever.
Yeah. The macro tongue. I don't know. It's got some sort of name. Okay, so I'll bring up my 3 first.
All right.
And the way I have them on here is they're just in a Google slide. And so we can pull them off and put some other one on there that's maybe more betterer.
Do you want me to start a poll?
But here we go. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe we can start here and see what our Tainted think. Here are my 3. They're sort of in podium stance on here. Here are the 3 that I have liked best this year, and I own 2 out of the 3. One of them just came out.
Oh, nice. I also gave Tudor Corner some love tonight.
All right, I'm glad.
Because it got canceled in our FPJ clearance or cancel because of what I put it with. It got canceled by a lot of people, and I thought it needed some love tonight as well.
All right.
So I'm going to go ahead and start a poll on this too, so they can answer us 2 ways. They can give us their opinion. They can just answer the poll. I'm going to ask first, and we're going to run this for 3 minutes. What set is?
That's not the game.
It's definitely not the game tonight. We'll do this once a season, I think. So we've got, what is that called? Beekeeper's Hut?
Yeah, the Beekeeper one, the Beekeeper set, Da Vinci Flying Machine, and then Tudor Corner.
Okay. So
I also want to say this, BMAC.
Excuse me? We've banned for less.
Yes.
Oh, I have it right over here. I could have checked what it was called by just looking around the corner, but I actually can't see it directly from where I'm sitting. Wow, I have a lot of texts. Jesus. I turn off my notifications during the show. but since Brick World's right around the corner,
Yes.
been blown up.
All right, and of course, you guys, you know me, right? Is there anything that I just completely forgot about that I'm totally missing here? Where you guys would say, "Man, how did you possibly forget something like the Blacktron set? Why is that not in here?" Well, I thought that Blacktron set had decent nostalgia, but I wasn't like in love with it. The Da Vinci flying machine, though, it's got a lot of cool new parts. It's got color parts that I use. I could totally reuse those wings for, mini dragons or something. I don't know. But that's the type of set I would buy multiple of. The Blacktron one, I'm kind of like, I've got one. That's all I really need.
I mean, but honestly, nobody asked that.
I know they didn't, but, has anyone, said, what are you doing or not?
Okay, Lego Man, this is not the game. VMAC Dex, if I made it this far without a ban, I should be good. You're not wrong.
Yeah, not right either. The other sets that came out this year that people might say, hey, what about that? We had the T-Rex skeleton.
Yeah, true.
We had the 3-in-1 dragon. We had the Shire.
Yeah.
So there have been other good sets that have come out.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone's angry with you. As much as you try to make them angry with you about choosing these 3 as your favorite so far in 2025, everyone seems okay with it.
Yeah, VMAX said he wanted to kill the Beekeeper one, so he's not quite as into that one.
Yeah, but he was playing the wrong game. This is not the game. Yeah,
that's true. He's not so great at this.
No, he never is.
Yeah. Tutor Corner, I guess, I have heard some people not like this one for some reason. When we saw the pictures of this one excited me more than any other modular I think I've seen.
And remember going through a lot of bullshit where people are like, we don't know if that's real or if it's fake.
Yeah.
Like, it's clearly not fake.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we eventually, there were people who complained that it was too British. I'm like, who freaking cares?
Yeah.
VMAC. It's not the game. I love this cute Beekeeper house. It's not the best friend set
I do love it.
That's ever come out, though.
It's not, but it's a great set.
It is a great set. I love the Castle Bed and Breakfast more than this.
Okay.
But there's a lot of really good build techniques on this that I really like.
So Hawkeye Lego Man says, not the game, double it and give it to the next person. Okay. No, the game is. These are Ben's top 3 sets. Give us your ranking, 1, 2, and 3.
Out so far this year. I would do Tutor number 1.
Yep.
Da Vinci Strong number 2. And the Beekeeper 3. That's probably the one that has the biggest chance of getting kicked out of my list. I don't use all these colors as often as maybe I should or could. But that's the only reason. Yeah, Lou, so here's the deal. People have very strange and strong opinions about modulars. A lot of people complain when the ones come out that they say are too American. They complain that there's a European version out one year and then an American version out the next, and they hate it. Then they were saying, the ones that have come out that are European are very French. But now we've got this British one, so now we're confused. What are they going for here? So we had the Parisian Cafe and all these other things that are on mainland Europe. And for some reason, like this fish and chips one, they're like, oh, it's too British. Doesn't fit in with the rest of this. I'm like, are you kidding me? I think it's beautiful.
There's stuff all over the city of Chicago that looks like it's from another country because they are, pulling in architecture ideas throughout the generations of architects here in the city. That I also had the same response, but I didn't because I didn't hear you say that. So I was wondering what the comments meant. I'm typing up a new poll for second place here. So if you don't mind pulling up the comments here, because people are
sure. Let's see here. VMAX says the flying machine goes really well with my main house display sets. So I don't know what your main houses are, but believe you. Algoff said the T-Rex has been his favorite this year. Lego Team B says can what? We're not sure. Can vote. I guess. I don't know. Kleinbrick says almost Brick World. Indeed, that's true. So I won't be there, but I love watching the videos that come from there.
Yay, thank you.
Who says people confuse me? Yeah, because it's too British. I think maybe the whole British thing was, it's got a fish and chips pub. But whatever. To be honest, Hawkeye Lego Man thinks it looks more like a medieval styled inn. VMAX says, not the basement, laugh out loud. Oh, so that's his main house. So he can put the flying machine in his main house.
Which we've seen.
But not in his basement.
Yeah, and I remember like we commented on the stuff that he had displayed in his basement when he was live streaming from there.
Yeah. General Tronbrick suggests maybe that the builders from certain European-style buildings came from people in Europe. Yeah, we do have plenty of Lego designers that are European. But yeah, it's always one of those things where they're like, oh, this doesn't fit well with this one because this one's American and this one's French and this one's whatever. And I'm like,
shut up.
Maybe like if you're in France, you expect all of the buildings to look like they have French architecture and that's it. In the United States, we have an amalgamation of styles all over the place.
Yeah.
So,
we're a mess and we're young.
Like, that's fine.
Like, is it crazy that I live in a house that's 100 years old? That's so old for a building. Europeans in the chat, tell me what I'm getting wrong there.
They're laughing at you. They're laughing hard at you.
They should. Alphonse Soup Person is saying that you missed some things.
Okay, what did I miss?
Sunflowers and Trevi Fountain.
Okay.
You're wrong about the sunflowers.
Sunflowers' problem was that it was very yellow. Which is at least my problem with it.
And gold.
Okay. All right.
VMAC Attack says then build your own buildings.
You always can. It is Lego. You can use the parts to build something else.
General Tron's Bricks says that's what I love, a little bit of everything. God, I'm having trouble getting words out tonight. Lego Team B says we Australia have no history. We'll take what we can get.
Yeah, you've got the only, and maybe this is just me being not understanding the rest of great Australian architecture. The only building any of us know about is the Sydney Opera House. Maybe you have other great wonders down there, but we need to be introduced to them. That's like the only thing anybody knows.
Yeah.
But it has been produced in Lego. So, got that going for you.
You won.
Yeah. So they're European with laughter over there. I'm not sure what that means, but okay.
European fire?
They make a prison set every year, B. Yeah, that's the Australian history too.
Oh, God.
European colony for the Brits. So.
Okay. So Da Vinci Flying Machine won second place from the Tainted. So I'm just going to assume that Beekeeper came in third.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Ouch.
I like that set. I think it's super cute.
I do too.
And I think these beat out some of the other ones that have larger warts. I guess I tended to favor smaller sets with the exception of the modular, because I was just, when we saw the pictures of it and we were speculating about whether or not it was real, I was so excited to hope that it was real.
Oh, no kidding.
And
there was no way it wasn't. That was silly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think these are three great choices. My order would be first place Tudor Corner, second place Beekeeper, third place Da Vinci Flying Machine.
Wow, there you go. All right. So you're just flipping those two around.
The only one of these I own is the Beekeeper.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, and that interesting. I own the other two, but not the Beekeeper.
Interesting.
So we're
not interesting.
A little flip there.
Yeah, we are flipped.
I guess I'm not surprised. I could understand why you would be attracted to that set in particular. It's got some lavender stuff that you're using.
Lavender.
In your current build, and the dark blue.
Lavender.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Hawkeye Lego Man says erupting European sounded better in my head. I must be getting tired if my puns are getting bad.
Yeah. They're erupting with laughter over there.
That's what you meant?
To be the joke?
Yeah, go to bed. Sorry, Alex.
Wow. Even when I'm trolling, I'm not that harsh.
Oh boy,
That was a rough one.
that was rough. I think
also,
he knows me
I
well
also
enough
want
to
to
not
say,
take offense.
based
Go
on
ahead and
things
say.
you can still
Yeah.
get in the store right now. There are several late 2024 sets that I like better than any of these.
I agree. I had trouble with that today where I was like, oh, this set's baller. I was like, wait, it came out in December. Alphonse Soup Person says, Beekeeper I have, but not built. Same, actually. Da Vinci is just iconic as a person. No kidding. We actually did a collaborative in 2013. Da Vinci Punk. It was our Eurobricks collaborative, and that was my brainchild, but I also stole it from a Futurama episode. And think that just edges out the B.
Okay.
But you said you have it, but not built. So you didn't even mention Tudor Corner, Alphonse. Endurance.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Endurance could have been an option, and I do love.
Oh, you're in the East Coast. Yeah. Are you waiting for me to give you feedback on the program? Because I can do that after you go to bed, and you can take care of it in the morning. And I'll send it to the printer in the afternoon. So if that's what you're waiting for, we're good. We're good.
Yeah, the Endurance was a decent looking ship. A couple other big things that came out this year. They also had the Jango Fett ship and the Beauty and the Beast castle. So those are two other really, really nice builds. I don't have either though.
But it was 2024. That's his point.
Okay.
So yeah,
another really great thing in 2024.
Yeah. Oh God.
I love the design of the T-Rex, but it's just so enormous.
It's got a lot of great dark tan parts.
Yeah. It's just too enormous. So scrolling through other things that have come out this year, I don't see anything else that catches my opinion.
Lou says the Cafe Corner is what brought me out of my dark ages, and the modular line has always been my favorite. I might be a bit biased, but the Tudor Corner is one of the best ever produced, British or not. I don't disagree. Jennertown's Brick says, I like the Guardian Dragon, very sleek design.
And that one just came out.
Oh, this is some, like, I don't know, crap.
Something nobody knows. No one gets that.
I guess you missed those, Ben.
Those
for your
are
top three.
How did I miss those? Krusty Burger also just came out. The Guardian Dragon and the Warrior Mech both just came out in the Ninjago line today, actually. So those are more geared towards adults. I really like the box design and everything else. They don't even show up on the Lego site under newest though right now. So I always shop at home sometimes is just really confusing with how things are arranged and where they show up. So who knows? Just go to newest and hope that the things that are actually newest show up in there, but they just don't. Which is kind of sad. I also really like the Source Dragon Emotion, but I think that was a 2024 set too.
Alphonse Superson says Green Forest Dragon is my favorite ultra small set. Great for mocking into a nature dragon.
Okay.
Fair.
That's probably a Ninjago one that just recently came out, right?
I don't know.
Oh, I also, of course, really love the Cole's Titan Dragon Mech. Also a 2024 set, though, too.
Yeah.
So 2024, I think it would have been harder, but I'm pretty set on these three. How about you? Did you have anything else in your list?
Yeah, but I didn't follow the rules.
Well, you don't have to.
I did something entirely different. Yeah, that's how we do it. So I have this for you because I'll be right back.
Daddy Ben, oh, he loves his space. Lego ships in orange, all in place. But Mara's size, they're all the same. And why that beard? It's just a shame. Orange ships, computers galore. Mara dreams of something more in Legoland, where dreams take flight. Orange or not, they'll get it right. Daddy, your ships are lame. All of them look the same. And your beard, such a disgrace. Maybe just one short hair on your face.
I spend too much time working on them.
And sometimes you just don't do them. It does you what you know.
Yeah.
And your beard.
And my beard.
And your mustache.
I'll get back in the photo so everyone can see.
Ugh.
All right.
It should be more like one of those French ones that is in the movies, like squirrels.
Like a little villain mustache?
Yes, you need that.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mara. Thanks for the rant.
Or you just need
Good
one
job.
little hair.
It takes too long for you to build them. Focus, get it done, concentrate, Daddy Ben. One more word about your beard. Come on, Daddy, it's so weird.
And they don't have different size ranges, which they should. And they they all have computers and it's disgusting.
Orange spaceships, make it end. Listen, friend, it's not a trend. Orange beard, that's the trend. Make it happen. I love you, Daddy Ben. I love you, Daddy Ben.
All right, now I feel bad because Hawkeye Like a Man says, I'll be off then, or maybe at least putting a restraining order on my comments. Have a good night, Ben and Mark. I did not mean to hurt your feelings. I'm so sorry if I did. I thought I was in line. Apologies if I am wrong, sir. I appreciate you so much. Alex does our program design and a lot of our graphic design. He designed the Brickles, which is our mascot for Brick World. Lou says I like the Krusty Burger. But the GWP with it is a little disappointing. I think the GWP is great, but you have to build it up for the Simpsons to actually sit in it.
Yeah.
And VMAC Tech says the tutor has really grown on me. I have not bought any modular other than the Ninjago ones, but I might get the tutor just to learn the techniques. We missed one more. Alphonse Soup Person says the Green Forest Dragon is a Ninjago that came out like 3 months ago. Okay.
Yeah, I have it here. It's Lloyd's Green Forest Dragon. It is very small. It's $20 set, but it only has 128 pieces. But it does have a fair amount of dark green. The other color though, outside of the dark green, is gold.
Eesh.
Oh, it's got that going for it.
All right. So here's the thing is here's my game for the night.
Okay, I'm ready.
I did it a little bit differently than we talked about, and I didn't have time to create a banner for my game. But here's the game. All right. I chose 7 themes, and I chose the best and worst set from those themes.
Okay.
So you and I are going to talk about which one's the best and which one's the worst. And since you're going to be number 1, I'm going to be number 2. And so I'm going to go through random.org, and with each one, if it comes up with number 1, you're going to say that the set on the left is the best. If it comes up with number 2, okay, I'm going to say the set on the left is the best. You ready for this? All right, here we go. Let's do Star Wars.
All right.
So, number 1, you're defending the set on the left. I am defending the set on the right.
Shh, easy. Slave 1, baby. Best set. It's everything you loved about the original UCS Slave 1.
Yeah.
But the bottom is built better. Why is there even any sort of discussion here about which of these two sets is more betterer?
Yeah.
The Slave 1, even though we can't call it that anymore, now we have to call it Jango Fett's Starship or Jango Fett's
Fire Spray.
Star. You have to give it some longer name now. One of the most exciting sets that's come out forever. And here's the other thing.
Yeah.
It is nearly the only thing that can make me rewatch episode 2 anymore, because I love the scene where the Slave 1 and Obi-Wan's ship are fighting in the asteroid field with the cool mines exploding and everything else.
Awesome. Well, I'm very happy that Alex is still around. Please feel free to stick around and make more puns if you like. Do love you. Alphonse Soup Person says Jango Fett's Jesus, Fire Spray.
Fire Spray.
Lego Team B says, Ben says, Slave 1, baby. The prosecution rests.
Yeah.
Jennifer Brick says,
are we even talking?
Slave 1, I don't care what they say. It's always going to be Slave 1. V Macatech says the Balrog had the Fire Spray. Yes. Well, there's really not a game here. There's one that's always going to be clearly the best, clearly the worst. The game is that now I have to defend the worst set.
Good luck.
Did I just say worst? Because
I don't know why you said that.
there's no way every Star Wars fan in the chat right now doesn't already have 40796, Revenge of the Sith, Heroes and Villains, because what a perfect representation of every character from the series, including Rey from 4 movies later.
And Finn?
Apparently, right? See, you agree.
Yeah.
You like having Rey and Finn in the Star Wars Episode 3 set, and you can change their eyes. That's pretty great. There's nothing we don't need more than more brickheads. Everybody loves brickheads. I'm sure I could put these on my bookshelf and people be like, oh, I love Star Wars brickheads. I love that movie. Let's talk about that. I love Lego. I think this is a great way to connect friends and Star Wars fans and even people who don't know anything about Star Wars or Lego.
Why is Finn missing his hair, though? That's a little confusing to me.
I was confused by that too, but you know what's great about it is it encourages you to take Rey's hair and make some nice hair for Finn.
Okay.
Yeah. And you know what else?
Yeah.
You can change their eyes and make them look evil or good.
Or good. Yeah, that Anakin guy, he's like somewhere in the middle, he's like a mix.
Pretty sure I'm killing this. Lego Team B says, Mark says my client is the worst. The defense, well, just folds. No, I'm not. Like I said, I'm sure every single Star Wars fan in the chat bought this at full price, Jones, day one. Okay, Lego says the only downside is if you want one, you have to get them all. That's true. Unlike Pokemon, where you don't want any of them. Jonathan Brooks says the one thing I'll agree with Lego is that Rey is with her granddad Palpatine here. It fits.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, see, it's a family portrait, Ben. That's why people love the set so much. That's why it's one of the best. 2025.
Yeah.
Jonathan Brooks says she is not a Skywalker.
She's not. We already know that.
She shouldn't be a Palpatine either. But, you know.
Yeah, I mean, don't get us started on that.
Anyway, I'm pretty sure I nailed that one. Ready for the next one?
Yeah.
All right, next line is Ninjago. Okay, so let's see. Ben, you're going to defend the one on the right.
Okay, got it.
All right, here we go. All right, I'm up first. Oh, Lou says, Mark, you sold me on this. I'm ordering the brickheads now and throwing my slave one in the trash.
Yeah,
I knew I would. All right.
Can you throw it in the trash right next to my house, please?
Temple Bounty may not be the best Ninjago set of the year, but it's the one I'm most excited about. This is version number 18 of the Destiny's Bounty. I've always liked the designs of these ships, but never purchased any. I probably will purchase this because of the brick built hull. The dark red pieces are fantastic. Out of all the Ninjago sets, this was the one to bring out another iteration of when they're trying to do 18 plus. It blows this stupid Ninjago City update that is half-assed, confusing, cluttered, and focuses too much on the mech out of the water. And yeah, it's a repeat. It's part of a series. So is the Ninjago City one. But I think even all the black pieces in it, they've chosen black as the trim here. There's a lot of interesting techniques used, and I would actually use these black parts instead of throwing them into the sorting bin with all of the vast vortex of black that I will never sort and will always have to go, I need a black piece. I've got to open that bin, dive into it. I'll see you in an hour and 30 minutes. Cool figures, cool transparent pieces, cool light aqua, weird pieces I might use for something. I'm excited about this, even though I don't know why it's called the Temple Bounty, but it's good to have another version of this with really good sales that you can use for dragons or ships. And yeah, I think it's the best Ninjago set of 2025 so far. The one I'm most interested in anyway. Ben?
Well, I think what you actually meant to say was, gee, I'm really stupid. And that's the only thing I can think of here, because this Temple Bounty, first of all, how many figures are in the Temple Bounty? Please count them for me.
6.
6. I wonder, and maybe you could tell me how many sweet minifigures are in the city set.
I don't know, like 97?
It's only 10, but it's 10 great figures.
What's
It's got 3,244 pieces for $250 versus the Temple Bounty, which is a paltry 2,387 for $199.
Okay.
So for $50, just a little tiny $50, you're getting another 1,000 pieces.
Ben, talk to me about this red maxi boxy figure here up at the top.
I don't know who that is or what his name is, but that doesn't matter because you're also getting a wider variety of pieces and colors in the Ninjago City set. And let me tell you this right now, the Ninjago City theme in general is one of the strongest themes that comes out every year. In fact,
I don't disagree.
It's so inspiring to people that it's kind of one of like the bases for people creating
the bases.
The basis
are
sort of one of the things that people have focused on so much that I think it inspired a lot of what we saw in one of the most iconic brick world events in recent memory, and that would be New Hashima.
Yeah. So are you
know?
So parts pack wise, honestly, which one would you rather have?
The Temple Bounty, and it's not close.
Oh, okay.
But that's just honesty. That's not the game.
True. Thank you.
And you know, you're when you say honestly, you're just messing with the integrity of the game.
I am. Yeah. Sorry.
I also like perhaps one of my favorite things about this set is the fact that they intentionally produced a very underwhelming mech so that you could use your imagination to imagine how you would build it up better. And I thought that was genius that they did that.
Okay.
You know, because look how barren and boring he is, but you could definitely add stuff to him. He's got lots of places to add more pieces to actually make him cool. So, you know, we got that going for us.
Yeah.
And Lego has plenty of kick-ass mechs that you could just throw in his spot on there.
True.
And turn this thing from, you know, clearly better than Temple Bounty to clearly best set ever.
Yeah, you don't think there's like specific studs that those feet stick into? You're just going to shove a giant mech in the middle of this already?
Hell yeah, I am.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to take the fire mech dragon that just came out and I'm plopping him down right where that mech is supposed to go.
Perfect.
And I'm going to feel good about it.
Lots of comments on this one. Alphonse Soup Person says this one side built like the Endurance. It's the Endurance for 2/3 the price. Algoff says, I'm having trouble deciding what one I like best. Not.
Whoa, harsh.
Guarantee you he likes the Temple Bounty. Hawkeye Legoman says, I say if you buy the boat, then try to balance it on your head. You'll have a bounty on your head. Jonathan Brick says, I'm okay with the bounty on my head. Lou says, honesty is never the game. Nick and Brick says, what's it blow the city out of the water with? I don't see any cannons.
Good point.
Copper Valor is here. Copper Valor is like, I don't know, 6 subscribers away from 1,000 subscribers. Will you guys please go to Copper Valor on YouTube and follow her if you're into Nintendo, especially the cozy games. Great follower of the stream, great friend of ours. And she's going to be at Brickworld Chicago 2026.
Yeah.
The ship is, she even agrees. She
misspelled ship. She meant city. It was autocorrect.
Oh, sometimes she does that. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
All right, ready for that? 30 subscribers away. How many people are watching right now? 30. What do you know?
Yeah.
If everybody goes to YouTube and goes to Copper Valor, it may be artificial because you may not actually want to follow her, but let's just get her to 1,000.
Why would you say that?
Yeah, why would you say that? She's a great person, and we appreciate all the support she's given to our stream. So come on, people.
Why would you say that?
We'd appreciate it if you did, and especially what you'll get for it if you like Nintendo and if you like cozy games is a great stream 3 or 4 times a week and a lot of really good shorts and videos from an amazing person. So ready for the next one?
Yeah, I am.
Here we go. Icons.
Oh, you
All
son
right.
of a bitch. Don't do
All
it.
right.
Don't do it.
Ben.
Yes.
You have to defend Tutor Corner.
Whew. Oof.
I thought Pokemon was Nintendo. Sorry.
Oof. Yeah, Pokemon, maybe they're not cozy, but they're 100% Nintendo.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, not cozy.
So maybe they're not. Okay, why are we even discussing this? Of the two of these, the Tutor Corner is perhaps not only the greatest set this year, we both had it up there.
Yeah.
But it might be my favorite modular yet. You can say, hey, you know, a little nostalgia's tugging at me here. I'm thinking, are you really saying that the Cafe Corner isn't as good as this one? Yes, I am really saying that. Not
Me
only
too.
may have it pulled you out of your dark ages, but they've come up with a lot better molds and they're doing interiors now. So there are tons of reasons why this set with the haberdashery, think about that. This set has a haberdashery. What does the white spaceship humping the other white spaceship have on this? The answer is nothing. There's a haberdashery, people. Fish and chips, haberdashery, clockmaker, and a girl with a sweet cat cafe up in the Tudor section, and a chimney sweep. Why are we even talking about this? The ship humping ship thing is just nobody cares. I don't need that much white. They had a spaceship already, space shuttle, and they had a Concorde ship as well. Just get those two and get two better sets than this nonsense here.
Hawkeye Lego Man says, comparing the details, the one on the right looks too plain. On Superson says they should have just bundled the Concorde and there we go. Yes, like he said.
Thank you.
And General Transbrick says a bad Superman movie is all the ship humping thing has. All right, I got you on this. And I only need one sentence.
Okay, go.
Who doesn't like doggy style? Mic drop.
Good question.
I win.
Cats don't like doggy style. Maybe they do, though. They just don't call it that.
Yeah.
Like everyone, I need more white. Yeah.
Right.
It is crazy.
Look who's here.
Hey, Brian.
Brian Elzert.
What are you doing? What are you doing down there?
Anything. I'm proving it right here. Brian Elzer, thank you for joining us tonight. It is 11:15 where you are. Brian Elzer is one of the logistics managers for Brickworld and works his ass off. And so this is his wife, Martha. They're the ones who bring you your stanchions. And so everyone should be dropping dubs in the chat for Brian Elzer. Thank you for joining us tonight. We're in the middle of a hot debate here. Matthew Dahl says the shuttle carrier was a rough scale after how great the details were on the Concorde. We got 2 dubs in the chat from Brickworld.
Yeah.
All right, ready for the next one?
Oh, we got some more.
Dubs.
Amy Schultz. We got a double one from Pocket Master.
Pocket Master is here.
Lego Team B,
Generatron Bricks.
We're all doing it.
Well deserved. Who needed to subscribe? I was in the kitchen. It's
Valor.
Copper Valor. Yeah, check her out. So next we have Creator 3-in-1. All right, so Ben.
Yeah.
You're defending the typewriter with flowers. I was ready for this one, but I will go ahead and start then. I'm defending the flamingo. I feel like this is a really hot 3-in-1 because there are 3 excellent models you can build with it, especially the tardigrade or the whatever that is.
Axolotl.
Axolotl, thank you.
Huh? You don't even know what it is, Mister. They're so great.
I think this is one of the unsung heroes of the Creator 3-in-1 of 2025. I think we forgot almost all about it. Yeah, it was in March Madness, only because every set that was coming out in March ended up in the March release madness. Love the colors, love the pieces. I think we got a lot of new parts in new colors. I don't know if there's any new molds in it. However, that doesn't matter. There are the little black 2x2 corner thing. Anyway, this is one that I would buy 3 of to build all 3 models if I was a set builder. And I think it's, I love my pink. I love my tomato soup or coral. There we go. Coral. Yeah. Even the ones I like, I don't defend as well as you do. Anyway, there I am. I was so ready to defend the typewriter. I didn't even think of what I would say about the flamingo.
That's because of the 2. Only one of these 2 is memorable. Okay. And maybe you're going to say to me, memorable in a good way. But listen, this beautiful typewriter with flowers has spawned like an entire sub theme of old tech with flowers growing out of it.
Oh,
do you like old tech? Do you like 3-in-1s? Do you like botanicals? You can get all 3 in one set.
Are you suggesting this was the first set with old tech with flowers growing out of it?
I'm suggesting it's the standard bearer. For some reason, I'm suggesting that because that's the game. Okay, Mark, that's the game. And let me just remind you.
Yeah. Then you better be able to defend it on the facts if that's the game.
We had the watering can and the ukulele with stuff growing out of it, but this typewriter was like, the old tech with stuff growing out of it before the typewriter with old stuff growing out of it.
Well, I'm sorry.
I mean, the record player with old stuff growing out of it.
Brian Elser suggests this typewriter is so old and neglected that it has stuff growing out of it. Yeah,
it's not neglected.
It is neglected. It's got weeds growing out of it, and it's not even the full size. It's not even the full size of a typewriter. There's nothing. You can't put this on your shelf and say, "Oh, I'm into Lego. I love typewriters." When it's like a key is about like 1/4 the size of your finger.
Because you're telling me that's a full size flamingo, you jackass. Of course,
I am. Not. Haven't you ever heard of baby flamingos?
Baby flamingos. What do you call a baby flamingo? A group of flamingos is a flamboyant. So what's a baby flamingo?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Okay.
I don't, but I do know what a baby typewriter is here in this Lego set. It's Ding Dong Adorable.
That's what's interesting about the other old tech sets is that they're actually like 1-to-ones. Who is this for?
It's for my wife. It's for everyone who loves botanicals, typewriters, writing, old tech, Creator 3-in-1, Lego, pink, blue, sunflowers, poetry.
You're going to drop a mic. You're going to drop a mic, aren't you, you little bitch?
It's for everyone, Mark. It's got a little something for everyone.
Lou says dogs and planes humping together. It'll be anarchy.
Yeah, we don't want that.
General Trans Bricks says, didn't we already have a typewriter?
We had a green one. We didn't have this beautiful dark pink one, though.
And there was no flowers growing out of it, General Trans Bricks. It's like the mini PS1 of typewriters. Brian Elser also said in the meantime, he looks forward to seeing everyone in Chicago, assuming that they'll be there. Lego Team B says, you're saying the typewriter is the OG of this stuff? Yeah, seriously, Ben.
It's not the OG of flowers growing out of random thing. But, you know.
Brian Elser, do you remember when Kathy's keyboard, her laptop with all the every single letter and number had been worn off of it? It's like they didn't buy a new one the entire time they owned Brickworld, I think. It's for the brickheads. Oh, that makes more sense. They can type on this. Maybe I'm on board with the typewriter now. No, I'm not. Lego TV says sunsets, Ben.
Yeah, the only keys worn off my keyboard are PORNHU. Never mind.
Okay, it says the flowers definitely need something else as they look like a last minute addition.
No, right? Also beautiful.
Also, this set has it is called Pareidolia. Like it's a goofy typewriter face with flower eyes.
Yeah. Kind of.
It's so many levels of bullshit.
It's like the space bar looks like the mouth though. All the other little keys for chiclets just don't even really look like teeth.
Yeah.
It's really that bottom one in particular, but I don't know.
The flamingo needs a sun hat and sunglasses.
Yes.
Brian Elder does remember Kathy's keyboard.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Ben.
Probably get my keyboard replaced.
I'm going to go ahead.
I thought you were going to, really be mean to me on that one, and whatever random.org said, you weren't going to care. You were going to try to stick me.
No.
With that fire trucker there.
All right,
here we go.
Ben, you're defending the museum.
Oh, easy.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Yeah, you are. Sorry.
Okay. Easy.
Wait, I start.
Yeah, but I'm ready.
I start with the one on the left. Okay, all right.
Go ahead.
Well, Stargazing with Celeste may be one of the only good Animal Crossing sets out of the entire line.
Wrong.
Because it has one of the best characters. It doesn't try to do too much. It has actual furniture items from the game. It has a star fragment. It has a telescope. It has the moon chair. It has a crappy pine tree, but it's the only single Animal Crossing set that uses one of the new flower molds. And with like 97 different types of flowers that you can grow in the Animal Crossing universe, finally they gave us a different mold that is actually something new and isn't just like crappy old flowers stacked up or not even in new colors. Gives us a good base for land, water, gives us a picnic set, gives us several items from the games, gives us one of the best characters, gives us that very cool constellation map, and it's reasonably priced. It is 78 pieces for $9.99. Actually, I don't know how much this cost, but it's simple. It's not trying too hard to be a bigger part of the game and destroying our hopes and crushing our dreams of having good Animal Crossing sets, unlike Craptastic over here on the right, which is a pathetic version of the museum from the game, dashing every Animal Crossing fan's hopes that they would actually do the museum justice with something that really does the character Celeste, who everybody loves, justice. And yes,
So-
I am done, Ben.
Are you trying to tell me that one owl is better than one owl plus an adorable frog?
Hell yes, because Blathers looks
Wrong.
like he's stoned.
Wrong. Also, collecting fossils, big part of the game.
Yeah.
Not only can you collect the fossils, you can put them together to make that sweet Triceratops. And let me tell you,
Biceratops.
it does have 3 horns. You're just not looking at it right.
It also has mud guards.
I don't know what that means. There's also a sweet backpack and a net to catch your insects. And the museum does fold up and unfold, and
Where
it
you see
does
a
have
backpack?
wings inside of it.
What you talking backpack?
I don't know what the hell's that red thing with the shovel and the.
I don't know either.
Oh.
But do you think that frog can wear it?
No, but I think maybe he can tote it around. He can toad it around. Whatever. It doesn't matter because it doesn't matter because these things are all getting canceled next year anyway. But yeah, I mean, there's way more parts in the museum set, and 2 figures is more better than 1 figure.
Oh, it's 543 pieces for $80.
Yeah, that's better than 78 pieces for like $90, which is what Celeste was. Am I right or am I right?
You're wrong.
So everybody knows about the museum. Only like some people actually do stargazing. And what the hell's with that moon? Is that even in the game like that? Of course it's not. How did the moon crash onto Earth?
Yeah, it's a chair. It's a furniture item.
That's not a chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is. You sit in it.
Oh, adorable.
Yeah, so why doesn't the roof go why doesn't the roof go all the way to the edges on the museum? It's just flat.
Ridiculous question. Next.
So in the meantime, Lou says about the last matchup, they are both pink, so they both have my heart.
Okay.
Yikes. Algoff says the only letters worn off by the typewriter are F and U. Matthew Dahl says Stargazing, the only Animal Crossing set that I bought. Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah.
Which one crosses the line? I don't know.
It's the only Animal Crossing set I've paid full price Jones for.
Brian Elder says that the moon chair looks like Peelybone. Nick and Brick says that's a moon. I thought it was a banana. They both thought it was a banana. Is it a moon chair?
Why?
Oh.
Okay, question. Couple things. First of all.
Okay, go
the moon,
for it.
Obviously, now that you guys know that it's a moon, and this disappoints you greatly because, it's so poorly built. But look at the box. There's a crescent moon right behind it. Like, hint, hint, this is a moon. She's got a telescope and star fragments, and you never thought, hey, maybe this is a near Earth object, like, I don't know, the moon in this box. Now, I don't want to pick on you guys too much. There have been plenty of things where like it should have been obvious something was happening to me and like it didn't register. But like I never once thought that was a banana. That always struck me as a moon. So I don't know.
Okay, next one is botanicals.
Oh, easy peasy.
Ben, you're defending the goddamn happy plants.
Yes.
All right. So Japanese maple tree. There's been a lot of botanicals releases here. We've got the mini orchid, we've got the lucky bamboo, we've got another random wildflower bouquet. A new bonsai tree of a Japanese maple tree, which is one of the hottest trees in the world. It's a beautiful breed of trees. And a lot of new parts in new colors, a lot of recolors, a lot of new molds. Excellent build. This would look good anywhere. They have amped up their game with how they do the potter with instead of just like throwing a bunch of random loose pieces into it, they actually have some like molded moss, and it sits nice and pretty and looks like a real plant. And Ben is actually pulling out some research here. You're bringing up your own screen.
Oh, okay. I want to get a good look at this.
What you have to defend. Okay, cool. I think I'm done. I think I proved it. Especially the ombre of the leaves. New sword leaf. What do we call them, Ben? Sword leaves?
Yeah, they're like tiny sword leaves.
A new size of sword leaf in there.
Yep.
And like the nice colors going from red to orange at the bottom. Real nice ombre effect. Beautiful, beautiful set. Everybody wants this.
Yeah. Except for me, and you know why?
Why?
2 reasons. Reason 1, I already have a Japanese tree in my collection. In fact, I bought many of them, and it was at a much better price point than this thing, right? Brian, you are better than me in almost every way in life, except for recognizing moons and bananas. That's like my only skill, as a matter of fact.
Good job keeping that alive. I killed 2
bananas or red.
No,
Japanese
I killed
maples.
In my life, I've killed 2 Japanese red maples.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And the other issue that I have with this crap fest on the left, not only is it $60 for only 474 pieces, compared to the flip side here, where you can get the bonsai tree regularly for $40 and it's like 600 and some odd pieces. Look at all those gross looking, silly looking, light bluish gray limb elements in the set.
40 years old for the Japanese maple. That's awesome. Anyway,
it
go
must
ahead.
be impressive based on everything else you've seen.
You were saying something stupid. I'm sorry.
Yeah, these light blue. Yeah, I was saying how stupid the light bluish gray elements are in this Japanese maple. Those things should be tan for sure. Just what? Why? Why aren't they? Now let's move over to the happy plants. Okay, not only are they adorable and nearly holding hands, but we don't have anything like this yet. Finally, some personality into the cold, boring, lifeless botanicals. And I don't know if you know this, but this completely sold it for me. Like, you could take the plants out of the blue guy and put them in the yellow guy, and you could take the plant out of the yellow guy and put it in the blue guy. Can the Japanese maple tree do anything like that? Anything? Does it have any play feature? No, you build the thing, you put it on a shelf, and then you never look at it again because it's like disgusting. Quote Mara, nevermore. Boom.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
All right.
Plants is the stupidest set that's come out this year.
Shit.
But I don't know. I mean, whatever.
Well, Alex Near likes the one with the leaves. Play
feature, yes.
Play Team B. Lego Team B likes the play feature.
Yes.
Ready for the last one?
I am. How can this be the last one?
Because Matt has to eat soon. All right. Damn it. All right, Ben, you're defending Minnie's Pet Hotel. All right, so there's a lot of great Disney sets this year. This one's exciting to me because it's a new shape of a castle. They got, it's not exactly the shape of the one in the Beauty and the Beast movie. They've done some like miniaturizing of some of the upper towers, but they made a great play set with a lot of great characters in minifigs, not many dolls. Great colors, great shapes. Good, not a bad price to piece ratio for an IP. And it's one of the first Disney sets I've actually wanted to buy. It's one of the first castles I've purchased in a while. I love castles, but you know how I roll. I order my own pieces, and I thought this one was just so exciting with all the new lavender molds, and that's one of my colors, and new sand green pieces, and blah 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 blah. Beautiful set, beautiful minifigures, great design. Nothing wrong with it. Maybe I can find a couple things. There's definitely a couple things
wrong with it.
There's definitely a couple things wrong with it,
okay.
But a pretty close, like for the price and for what they're trying to tackle with it, I think they had a good balance that is appealing not only to kids, not only to parents who can afford this for their kids, but to AFOLs as well. In the meantime, before you get into defending Minnie's Pet Hotel, Alphonse Sue Person says, Happy Plants is not the stupidest set to come out this year. We have the doggy style. Al Goff says, don't ever hang Christmas lights on a Japanese maple. It will kill every branch the lights are on. Interesting. Good to know. Oh, even if they're LEDs. Lego Team B says, I think you both should defend Minnie's Hotel. A mini castle for Minnie that deserves a Nobel Prize. Yeah, you're so young, but you're all dad jokes, my friend.
He is on fire.
All right, so let's hear it, Ben. I want to hear why Minnie's Pet Hotel is the best Disney set of 2025.
It might be the best Disney set ever. Let me say a couple of things here, right? That I want you to try to defend for me. First of all, those things in the front of Beauty/Beast's castle-y thing here, those supposed to be lions? Because what are those things?
They're dog-legged lions.
what I don't. Who knows?
That's what they are.
Look at the top of Minnie's Pet Hotel. Look at that bow up there. OMG, a doorbell. And let me say this right now. Disney is designed for little girls who want to be princesses.
Yeah.
I like this whole theme of being like, oh, if you meet a man who's a beast, you can change him and make him love you. That is a terrible message that's promoted by the stupid, ridiculous Beauty and the Beast set. Instead, I think we should be reinforcing that you can rescue and rehabilitate pets on the street.
Yeah.
All right. And can you put a price on the happiness of your child? Because this 4+ Disney Minis Pet Dollhouse is like only $40 for 160 pieces. What a bargain. $40.
But Copper Valor
to bring that much joy.
Copper Valor points out that it's almost as insulting as Barbie.
Almost. It is very close. So, like, what's the deal here? It's clear to me that if you love your children, you will be buying Minnie's Pet Hotel and not this uber masculine, toxic masculinity icon, the Beauty and the Beast cats. Right?
Tell me how many more uses, how many more usages you see out of that cardboard pink bow.
You can put it in your own hair.
Spaceships.
You can turn it into a butterfly.
Pirate ship sail.
It can be a pillow for your pet, and it can be a butterfly.
What's my pet, an axolotl?
Can be a butterfly, and I don't know. I'm struggling here.
Hawkeye Man says at this point, if Minnie wins, we will let her slide.
Yeah. Is there a slide in the Beauty and the Beast castle? Because how much fun is it to put a minifig on the slide and watch them slide down? And Minnie can do it.
Yeah.
Daisy can do it. The pets can do it. Like, awesome.
Funny that these are the two characters who, in the Blockoverse, their heads pop off.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Well, it's probably because they're having so much dang fun on that slide that their heads basically exploded with joy.
I think you're right. We crown the winner. It's Minnie's Pet Hotel. You got it. I mean, how can anyone argue with the beautiful case that you set out? Actually, the reason I brought this up, is so Mickey and Friends has become a theme again. Do you remember the last time Mickey and Friends was a theme?
No, was it Duplo?
No.
At some point? All right.
Well, actually, Jennerton Brick says, was AFK for a few minutes, but I'm back. Who pits the castle versus that? I do. So
I'm ready.
Tell me what scale this is.
Oh, that's like Fabulandish scale.
Those are Fabuland parts.
Yeah.
So what year did this come out?
1986.
2000.
Oh, wow. Ridiculous.
And it had this set. These are Fabuland pieces, the Fabuland umbrella, the Fabuland archway here, the roof pieces, the car parts here, not these car parts. The accordion. Yep. This car part, not this one. This was an adventurous piece. This part was a car part here, which is printed with something confusing and weird.
It's flowers and a butterfly. Brah.
Yeah, but it's why. That's the garden. Give us flowers and a butterfly. The tuba.
Oh yeah, eat the tuba.
Oh, I'm sorry. Also the butterfly net.
Yeah,
was originally a Fabuland piece. So were the flowers. Here's another one: the wrench, the Fabuland door. Again, the car parts, the roof pieces, the oil can, the axe.
Nice.
More Fabuland. The bird cage. The Fabuland standard lamppost, which this is the same year, was with a little bird inside. Which why would an anthropomorphic animal have an animal as a pet? This is originally a Fabuland piece. The watering can, the camera, the fence pieces. No, the saw, the rake, the broom, not the teapot, the chairs, And yeah, this came out in 2000. And people were like, "Hey, there's Fabuland pieces." Blah blah blah. And I was just like, "Yeah, they are. They did bring out these molds 13 years after they canceled the line again, but they won't bring Fabuland back. This car part here.
Tell me, compare that apple tree back there to the ones in Animal Crossing.
It's
basically
better.
the same, right?
I know, right?
Yeah.
Very much so. I think I brought that up in my original Animal Crossing video, as it looks very much like the set, which was from the original Universal Basic line back in the early 80s. And then, so this was a bucket. This was Mickey's pier. There was some boat aspect. I think is there an actual boat in it? And I left that out somehow. I don't know. Maybe there's not even a boat in it. It doesn't really matter. I think that was the last one. Yes.
There's a boat. Did you see it?
It's yes, there it is. There's some boat
on that brick back there.
That's the boat you ride when you're in this. Anyway, I just wanted to show you that Disney started a long time ago with Mickey and Friends. Started in this weird Fabuland scale in 2000, which I believe was the same year that the Cafe Corner came out. At least I remember seeing this at the Lego store the same year that I saw. Maybe it was after that, actually, because maybe Cafe Corner was 2002. 2000, yeah, it was definitely after 2001, and this was still on the shelves at the Lego store.
That's very interesting, because I don't even remember seeing them, and obviously it wasn't in my wheelhouse. But
yeah,
kind of crazy that they reused so many parts so long after the line was over.
Hawkeye Lego Man says Jack Stone scale, 4+ scale. Yes, very much so. Copper Valley says, I have a question. How many sets does Lego currently sell? So we've lost count. They used to sell like 35 a year when I was a kid, and now they sell hundreds and they're coming, a year. And we have no idea how many SKUs they're going to have this year. And
500 probably.
They're producing so many freaking sets. It's obscene, really. I own one of those Mickey figures, so do I. We used to hide one, actually, Ben, in the Eurobricks collaboratives. It was Mickey with a knife.
Oh, yes. I do remember seeing that.
Always hiding behind something. This is the AI segment. No.
That's real stuff, man.
General Brick says, yeah, the Fabuland parts fit that. Yeah, true. Lou says, thanks for another fun night, you guys. Early morning, so I'm hitting the hay. Looking forward to see you guys in just 7 days. Well, 7 days for me. I don't think you'll see anybody else for 9 days.
Or 10 days. 10 days? That's what I got to do to finish this.
That's all you got.
Computer thing.
That's all you got. Yeah.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. All right.
So there we have it.
Talk about next.
I'll start. Close call. Between both, as we're calling it tonight.
Between both, yes.
All right. So tell me, when you leave the house, do you let your spouse partner know that you're leaving? The answers are, of course, that's basic etiquette. Or nope, I'm a sociopath. Why do I ask? Because Matt always just I just hear the doorbell go and I'm like, is he just going, taking the garbage out? And then I'll hear my phone tell me that he's left the house, but he never lets me know that he's leaving or where he's going. I'm just kind of like, oh, okay, there we go. So again, I'm using this to shame my husband, and he doesn't even watch. He doesn't know that I'm doing this.
Just like the turn signal thing and number of other things. Yep.
Do you let your spouse?
Which is where we learned definitively, based on that VMAC is a sociopath.
Yes.
We already kind of suspected, but he full on confirmed it by saying he does not use turn signals.
Sure did. Well, I've started a poll.
So we'll see where this will go.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing too. Based on technology, my wife knows when I'm leaving the house, because right now, because we have the cat, we have a couple of ring video cameras inside the house.
Mm-hmm.
Normally we don't have that. It kind of creeps me out, even though I'm not doing something completely strange in my house. If I'm running on the treadmill or something and I'm coming upstairs to take a shower and I'm not wearing any clothes, even though my wife has seen me naked, I still feel weird about it. However, because of that, she knows when I'm leaving. We have a sensor on the garage door so we can remotely open and close it. So she knows when that opens and closes. She can look out the window and see if the car's not there.
Right.
So it's super easy for her to know that I've left. Even with all that said, of course I tell her I'm leaving.
Right. Amy Schultz says, but you have to say goodbye, I love you. That's what we've always done in my family. It was what if that's the last time you see that person? That's kind of how we've always based it. And it proved to be very true the last time I saw my dad. And so, he just goes. Alphonse Sue Person says, let's do another VLM versus Emacs, or Vim versus Emacs. What's that?
I don't know.
I don't either. I don't have a spouse for my own reasons. Partly, yeah, kind of sort of that second option. Okay. Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I might not tell her like right when I'm leaving. I might not stop and go talk to her and say, I'm leaving right this instant. But I will say, hey, I'm doing XYZ and then I'm leaving to go somewhere. And I'll tell her where I'm going. And I don't even necessarily have to say I'm stopping here, here, and here. I might just say I have to run an errand. I'm going to leave after I rake the leaves or after I brush my teeth or whatever.
I always throw in the I should be back in about an hour and 45 minutes. Like that's sort of like here's an estimated time when you might see me again.
Yeah, I do those sometimes too.
Yeah.
Really depends on what I'm doing. Sometimes I know I'm not going to predict it correctly because if I'm going to Bricks and Minifigs to buy something specific, I can give her that. If I'm going there to look through the brick bin, might be a while. I'm not sure.
I do this too. Amy Schultz says I wake my son up in the morning, not my son, but I wake up my husband if he's still asleep to say that I'm leaving in the morning to say goodbye when I'm going to work. Very sweet. Brickdad Bill says, as a widower, I always say goodbye. Yeah. We had this sort of like, I think because of the generational trauma my family went through before I was born, we were just taught that from an early age. Alphonse Superson says, Vim versus Emacs is command line text editor argument people have been having since the 70s, basically. Oh, sorry. Okay. Brickbolt Labs says 6.
Maybe?
Okay.
I don't know.
Apparently it's probably part of this. Okay, I'm going to end the poll. And of course wins with 88%. So who's the 12% sociopaths that we have in here? Oh, well, we had one person explain that they don't have a spouse. So
okay, fair enough.
It could be anybody you live with. I forgot to mention that. Anyway, that's my close call. What you got?
Yeah. Oh, you want to know?
Yubnub versus Victory Celebration. It's Yubnub. Yeah. Okay.
Here we go.
Sorry.
Okay. Who should come to Brick World? Ghostface Killer with Knife.
Okay.
Or Bon Jovi's son's wife.
All right. Let me start a poll here.
I need to know who should we try to get to Brick World? All right. You guys tell me. I feel like this is pretty obvious, but I've been surprised in the past, Amanda Bynes, by what the Tainted will do or say. So I just want to know what we can do. We can extend the invitations to both and just see what happens.
Who's John Bovey?
Sorry, that's John Bon Jovi's son's wife. Yeah. But I could just switch to John Bovey.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I probably edited it quick at the last second.
Joe John's Brick says I'm not answering. Copper Valley says neither reply to me. I need another option. Pockets Master says always have to say goodbye to the dog too. Yes, me too. Alphonse Superson says I bet Ghostface is an awesome mock builder. Lego TV says who will be more fun in the dark during World of Lights?
Oh, it depends on who you are.
That's the question. Kind of the question.
Who are you bringing?
Well, who has a Lego minifigure?
Good question. Maybe Bobby Brown does.
Yes, she does.
Yeah.
I don't think Ghostface does.
Yeah.
Unless it was part of, who knows? It might have been part of the stupid video game that they did.
Yeah, maybe.
Black Lights. Okay.
Okay. Sure. John Bon Jovi's. There was a Saturday Night Live bit where they were trying to name or rename the Bon Jovi band, and they had two options. I don't remember what they were. But yeah, we should name the band Bon Jovi, and the other option was something completely relevant that wasn't just using John Bon Jovi's name.
Yeah. Brian Elzer is all in on John Bovey's son's wife.
All right. Cool. You can vote for that then.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's up to you.
Yeah. I appreciate that they had to rhyme. It's like one of our old segments.
Yeah. Duh. Obviously. So who's winning this one? Because I don't think it's close.
Right now, Bon Jovi's son wife is slightly ahead.
Only slightly.
Yeah. Is her name Carrie?
No. Her name is Millie Bobby Brown, and you know that. Hawkeye Lego Man. Don't pretend like she's not living in your Instagram feed and your head. Okay.
Like everybody else, obviously.
Everybody. This is an everybody problem, not just a me problem.
True.
Because why wouldn't it be?
Amy Schultz says, I'm glad I wasn't the only one who voted for Ghostface.
Oh,
So
jealous.
Alphonse Superson said, I had to look it up. I couldn't tell from the picture.
What?
Because she doesn't look like 11 anymore.
That's true.
Or 12, whatever her name is in the show.
11. Yeah.
Jeff Johns Rick says he really doesn't follow her.
Okay. Well, that's your mistake. You follow her whether you want to or not, according to my Instagram.
Yeah, Ben didn't really have a choice.
No. I was forced because of Instagram. But you know what? I'm not sad. It's been the best 8 weeks of my life. Something. I don't know.
Oh, that's her, says Hawkeye Lego Man. All right.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
ending the poll, and John Bovey's son's wife wins with 57% of the vote. It just jumped back up, actually. It was very close. Brick Dad Bill says movie Bobby Brown, letter is B.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bobby Brown,
Have to
letter
go with
is
that.
B. Yeah, you got to go with it.
So 42% went with Ghostface.
Yeah.
Bovey. There we go. Bovey,
Bobby.
Bobby Brown, letters B. So you had to vote for that. Makes sense.
Yep.
All right. What's your last one here? Must be a late one. And
who says I have a last one?
Someone's getting hungry here. Who should come to Brick World? Oh no. Are there 3 of these, by the way?
Gollum from Lord of the Rings? Or 11 from Stranger Things?
Oh my God.
You guys got to let me know.
Okay. Let me see. This Matt coming downstairs pissed.
Hopefully not pissed. Tell him it's my fault.
It's not your fault.
But it is.
No, my segment went really long. Alphonse Soup Person says, even worse pictures. Bobby Brown. John Bricks gives us a lot of good LOLs. So is Amy Schultz. Yeah, so here we go. We've got 2.5 minutes, and so far Gollum is winning.
Oh.
Well, they both have Lego minifigures, and I think Gollum actually has more versions of
probably
Lego
does.
minifigures. Yeah.
But which one of these two would you want to tell you that, look here.
Well, Gollum would call me precious constantly, and I would just build my self-esteem.
Millie Bobby Brown is precious. Okay.
She wouldn't even look. So
look at all that gold she's sporting there.
Brick Dad Bills is sticking with the B.
All right. Gotta go with Bobby Brown here.
What'd you call her? Oh, okay. I see. That
Millie
B.
Bobby
Okay.
Brown.
Yeah. Sorry.
MBB.
Yeah, Smeagol doesn't have a B either. Yeah, I guess so. Brian Elser says, since Gollum is CGI, Andy Serkis would be cool. Yeah,
the actor who plays Gollum.
But he's going to vote the way he wants to vote, and I don't disagree with him.
Hey, you can vote however you want because, it's not the game for me to tell you how you have to vote.
It's not the game.
But let me say, the last one was a close call, so we have succeeded.
It was. This is close so far. Gollum's only winning with 58%.
Yeah.
General John's Brick says the fish must be fresh and wriggling. Yes.
I think he says wiggling, but
who knows?
Was he eating the fish like that? Yeah, I think it is a fish. Give it to us fresh and wiggling. I think that's what he says.
Yeah, good impersonation there. Yes, very good.
Yeah. I don't remember which.
You did better than I did.
Yeah, that's what he does.
I just read it.
I rewatched those recently.
I said the fish must be fresh and wriggling. That's how I said it.
You did say it like that. Yeah,
you really committed there. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I've seen that movie more than once.
Gollum is now winning it with 64%. Slam BKM says Bobby Brown and Bon Jovi probably played the same festival back in the 80s.
Maybe
they may have.
Yeah, that would not be surprising.
But that's not who that is.
Not related to Bobby Brown at all.
They're not the same person.
No, they aren't. Not even kind of. I don't know why Gollum would possibly be winning. Do you really want that ring-obsessed monster? Look at his hair. It doesn't even look nice.
I didn't build anything Lord of the Rings, so leave my stuff alone.
Yeah, you don't have any rings in any of your sets. I do have some rings on as the door handles on this Manor here. So he might steal some parts from my set. Where Millie would only steal my heart.
Looking for the Balrock Book Nooks. Hawkeye Lego Man says at least they both have a minimum of 19. Okay.
he's got perfectly fine teeth. Look at
All right,
those
so
things.
Gollum won that one with 64%.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch. All right, last one. We should come to Brick World.
Okay.
Vampire in gown?
Oh, come on.
Or give it to me, friend.
It looks like you're going for 3 here. So I was
Yeah.
going to say Millie Bobby Brown,
Uh-huh.
but I think she may be 3rd.
Mm.
Who's next?
Ted Andes. Who should come? Which one of these two? Vampire in gown or Ted?
I think Ted Andes is going to win this hands down.
I guess we'll find
but
out.
The poll has started, and you got 3 minutes to vote. I hope Ted Andes is coming because he brought amazing stuff last year. He always brings amazing stuff, and he's a real good guy. Talks to everybody about his techniques. Very open. Very much about building the community. Not what you said on Friday Night Bricks, sir.
I think it is. Let me be clear. What I said on Friday Night Bricks and what I meant on Friday Night Bricks. It's not what I said on Friday Night Bricks. It's certainly what I meant on Friday Night Bricks.
Oh, gotcha.
By saying it the way I said it.
Correct.
So
And
yeah,
that was clear.
I want Ted to come too. Versus a vampire in a gown. But,
which we actually might have this year because there's a bunch of cosplay stuff going on.
Oh, sure. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
I heard he was a terrible person on Friday, says Built Brick Labs.
Oh, he must have watched Friday Night Bricks.
Were you listening?
Or maybe he means
really listening.
Maybe he means like Ted threw some sort of fit on Friday of the show last year. I wasn't aware. Yeah, nobody let me know that happened.
Did somebody
he
say that?
Oh my gosh. Well, Brick Built Labs just said he did.
Yeah, can we get Ted Andes in a vampire gown? We'll have to check with him. He is a Kentucky gentleman, so I'm not sure if he's into that. But maybe he'd be. I don't know.
Well, Ted Andes was running away with this at first, but now he's losing some ground here. He's only at 75%, where he was at 81% a moment ago.
Okay. I understand. Maybe some people like vampires. Maybe some people are afraid that if he comes, we're going to get into a fist fight in the parking lot.
Maybe some people like cleavage.
That's true. There's always that.
So Hawkeye Ligament says, tell me about the terrible thing Ted did. I don't know.
Which terrible thing? Builds awesome MOCs. He's always friendly when he comes to the show.
Brick Built Labs clarifies that he was referring to Friday Night Brick.
So, okay.
Oh, okay. All right. So apparently he did. Apparently Hawkeye Ligament, he did no terrible thing on Friday last year.
Mhm.
How did Ted hurt you, Ben?
By being better than me at everything. That's just what I'd suggest.
Did he win Best Mac?
Oh, he didn't, but he got nominated for like 19 things.
How about Ted as a vampire clown? Wow. We've got some suggestions. Someone should contact Ted and suggest some cosplay costumes for him.
Yeah, he's a master Lego artist.
He is.
Also Brick Nerd contributor, and he's been to Brick Convention. Good for him.
Oh, do you think maybe
he might all the time though?
I would say that. Why is there another brand in my screen right now?
Because that was the picture I happened to have.
Oh, great. Thanks a lot, but you couldn't blur it out.
He has a better haircut than me. Right now he does. Yeah, look at how terrible this is. I got to get this.
I say I wouldn't be surprised to see him on the Brick World Master nominee list this year.
Actually. Oh, yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
I don't know why he wouldn't be.
I don't either. But I'm not an awards coordinator, so I have no control over this.
Yeah. I would say better than 50% chance.
Yeah, I would say so too. So poll is over, and Ted Andes wins with 71% of the vote.
Okay. All right. Good job, Ted.
Good job, Ted.
Yeah.
28% of 14 people want a vampire in a gown.
What is wrong with you 28 people?
I don't know. That they must not know
28% of people. It could be. Maybe they're like, oh, we know he's coming, so we just kind of want to see if the vampire will come too. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll say this. I'm like this. The stream is making me anxious that we've gone so long.
Yeah.
Because I know Matt's going to want to eat sooner. Hopefully he ate already.
I do technically
just go eat.
Yeah, I do technically have another one, but we can skip it.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Sure,
You're good. I just want to bring this up real quick. Okay.
All right. How do you say this word? I say each letter's name like TV or VCR, or I pronounce it like it is spelled. Okay, well, whatever. I did this in a hurry. Like HUD or scuba.
Damn it.
So do you say AFOL or AFOL? Which one do you go with?
All right, hold on 1 second. Mute tab. Where the hell? Right now, it's not even showing me my stream anymore. It's like you're done.
Yeah. And I've
Here we
heard
go.
both. I know earlier today,
So
Mark said AFOL.
I used to say AFOL, but then once I started meeting people in person, I changed because that's how most people say it is AFOL.
Yeah.
But it sounds to me like they're saying, I'm an a-hole.
Yeah, it's kind of why
God damn it.
Sometimes when people say it, I'm kind of like, I'm not sure that that's the best word to pronounce. Maybe we could come up with a better acronym. The other thing, I'm working on a project at work where the acronym for the thing that we're producing is PFGAS. And we're like, should we really have that as our acronym? It's kind of terrible. So I don't know.
Let's see. Brian Ellis just says, if the shoe fits,
then you'll take it off and beat someone with it. I don't know what that means, but okay.
I don't either. Jonathan Brick says HUD or scuba.
Okay.
Vampire says Brick Dad Build says vampire would only show for World of Lights. Ted as an elven vampire named Millie with a ghost face mask.
That'd be interesting.
I say it like Sylvester the Cat. Interesting. Brick Orphan says usually a fall, but occasionally you have to pronounce it a full. Oh, well, that's different. I just use the phrase sane person. Jennifer Brick says I can be an a-hole, but I'm more a full.
Okay.
Brian also says about Mark's comment about what he hears when people say a-full. Oh, gotcha. Well, if the shoe fits, yeah.
So some of the a-falls are one of those other things is the suggestion. It's probably true of me on Friday Night Bricks, at least.
Let's see. In the meantime, let's take care of this while we're waiting for the poll to count down. Here's Ted Andes on Instagram. If you want to check out his stuff, go to Instagram.com/Ted_Andes. He's got a lot of really great stuff that he builds and is prolific in the themes that he builds.
The picture I took.
Does really fun stuff. Good builder, great person, and we love him no matter what Ben says on Friday Night Bricks.
Right.
So there we go. We got a little over a minute left, and like Scuba is winning at 83%. It just changed real fast.
Okay, well, a couple people are saying AFOL apparently.
Yeah, but it's definitely the actual like pronouncing it like a word itself is ahead by quite a bit.
Yeah, and I understand that, but I know on Friday Night Bricks when we were there, Moto was usually saying AFOL. So he might be, part of it. I voted for the wrong thing. My bad. All right, Smokey Smokes. He hates my hair and he doesn't know how to vote. So,
he hit the wrong button.
Yeah. When he said that stuff about my hair, is that when he hit the wrong button?
Yes.
Okay, good.
He had two options on his screen: compliment Ben's hair or insult Ben's hair, and he hit the wrong one. That's what happened.
Yes. Yeah. You should watch. You should watch. Try not to sausage finger that too many times.
Like what TP says, as someone who developed a product with the acronym PMS, you should definitely change your gas one. Our product reception was challenging.
Yeah, this one's all internal though, but
yeah.
It's still like terrible. Awful is also an option. Some people say awful. All right.
Can people still get tickets for Brickworld online? Yes. Oh, registration is closed. It's only in-person registration from here on out, I think. Let me double check. But you can get tickets to the show, certainly, to the expo hours, yes.
And why wouldn't you if you're not already attending?
We might not have closed it this year. Hold on. Register now. Yeah, you can still register, actually. Hey, look, we didn't close it.
Ooh.
I think we decided against that this year. I don't remember doing that or why, but we did. Usually it does close on June 1st, but we haven't done that yet. Well, I'll find out tomorrow. I'll ask David. So like Scuba, it wins with 87%.
All right. Not a close call, but now everybody knows. If you say AFOL, people will still understand you, but they might not be like, you're one of us. So go with AFOL, awful, or AFOL, and you'll be in like Flynn, as they say. 86 says that, but I'm going to say that.
86 to 13%, which definitely equals 100 out of 15 votes. Hawkeye Legoman says, well, in the Lego movie, President of Business calls it Taco Tuesday, not TACO Tuesday. Good point. Lego Timmy is here. Amy Schultz says, I bought a second convention badge today. Oh, excellent. So it is still open.
What does it say?
It says whoever she wants to come with her.
I think it says favorite host on my left, and then she's going to come and stand on my right all day.
Nice. I think you're right. I think that's probably exactly what happened.
It's the only thing that could be, quite honestly.
All right, Ben, if you were to choose a song as the outro, what would you want?
I can do it myself if I need
Oh,
to.
okay. All right. I was going to do it for you.
Oh,
in the meantime.
You've already got a good one set.
Yeah, I thought you would like that.
Yeah.
So I think tonight we went longer than I expected. Do you feel like that was a mistake? Why are you bringing this back up?
What are you doing? I was trying to click on this one. What about the other one? Bouncing back, we're going to be here one more week, and then Mark's moving into the hotel. And then I'll be there, and I think Wednesday is what I told you, so that's where I'm going. But you can like and subscribe. I don't know how frazzled we're going to be next Sunday. If you thought we
insane
chickens with their head cut off today, we are going to be crazy next week. Yeah, this long show, 4 hours. Jesus, jeepers! How did we do that? Was it a mistake to go this long? No, we were hanging out. We were letting off some steam. We were chilling with each other.
It was necessary.
There are no mistakes, Mark.
Good point.
There are only happy accidents. So says our friend, our hero, our mentor, Happy Little Trees Man, with his friend Peapod in his pocket, Mr. Bob Ross. And we have set a great outro theme today. So I'm going to click the button as soon as Mark says goodbye.
Good night, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate you all so much, and we will see a good number of you in less than 2 weeks, and we're so excited to do so. Please join us next Sunday, and we'll have an exciting show that night. That's for damn sure.
We will. Here we go.
The world torn apart by fire and flood. Mutated platypus rise from the mud. With venomous claws and duck-billed beaks, they protect their home from the human freaks. Through the ashes and skies of red, platypus badasses busted heads. Through the ashes and skies of red, platypus badasses busted heads. This is the dawning of the age of Apocalypse. Mutated claws rise fierce and venomous through shattered skies and rivers of rust. In the age of Apocalypse, we fight, we must. Humans beware, this land is not yours. The platypus reign in apocalypse wars. Hey!